You're on.
Good evening. My name is Linda Johnson. I'm the president and CEO of Brooklyn Public Library, and I couldn't be more thrilled to welcome all of you to our 5th annual Night of Ideas, a program you might know as the Night of Philosophy. We hosted the first all-nighter at our flagship Central Library in 2017, 1 week after the inauguration of former President Trump. Tonight, we gather after a very different inauguration in an altogether different world. There is much to reflect upon, debate, and reimagine. How to discern truth, how to align America's reality with its democratic ideals. Our theme tonight is how to close the distance. Brooklyn Public Library will always be a place where our city can come together to ask vital questions and imagine new solutions. This pandemic has proven that whatever challenges we may face, the library will always endeavor to close the distance between neighbors, between readers and ideas that travel across borders and across time. Soon enough, the library will be bustling again with all of you, your conversation, your songs, your eating croissant at 5 a.m. In the meantime, though, we thank you for tuning in from home, and we thank all of those who made this evening possible, especially Humanities New York, the Morris and Alma Shapiro Fund, National Sawdust, WNYC, et bien sûr, our partners, the Cultural Services of the French Embassy. Merci, nos amis. And thank you as always to Jakob Orsis and the entire BPL Presents team who worked tirelessly to make this program a great success. Enjoy the evening. And Jakob, now over to you.
Thanks so much, Linda. Good evening, everyone. My name is Jakob Orsos. I'm here to represent the library and the team BPL Presents, as Linda has mentioned. Thank you guys for working with me on this. And thank you for you all to joining us. Normally, we would be in the lobby of the library and we would be close to 2,000 of us right now, and it would be Saturday night, normally. Normally there would be bars opening, there would be food, there would be music and films and 60 lectures throughout the evening. And normally that number would swell to 7,000 to 8,000 normally. But these are not normal times. These are the times when we have to question and re-question the basics, the fundamental issues of our lives. Who are we? What is this country? And that's what we did. Together with our partners, with the French Cultural Services, we went to some of our lecturers to ask them, what is America? Is this America? And this is what you're gonna hear throughout the night, to kind of question and readdress these fundamental issues. So much so that besides professional philosophers and thought leaders, we actually went to you, our patrons, to share their personal philosophies with us throughout the night. So you will see them peppered through the evening, sharing their ideas, how they want to and how they conduct their lives and what they want to share with us. So this is going to be it throughout the night. We're going to be here until midnight, and the team will be here. You'll hear all the details, all the lineup from the team throughout the night. We'll have music, we'll have lectures, we'll have conversations. Most of the events will be recorded. Some of them going to be live. So thanks so much again. And with this, let me bring you straight from Berlin and with the help of the New York Times philosophy blog, The Stone, and namely Peter Catapano. So
what is America?
With their help.
The image of America does not match the reality. There was a clear vision for what America stands for at its founding. It has gone through a long period of development in which its character was constantly changing. It has represented struggle for human rights, freedom of expression, rule of law, and democracy. It was a nation built by people come from all over the world. As ideology, America is restless request, which has been commonly perceived as a fixed reality. The understanding of America has become subverted by its dominant role in the world, with its powerful impact on politics, finance, and culture. America's distinct behavior is that of an imperial state in foreign affairs, further its ideology and interests. Some of this conduct could be defended, most of it is questionable. When American projects its interests abroad, it no longer uphold its hypothetical values. Problems such as inequality and racism are not solely American, but a consequence of capitalism. The winner takes all ethic forced by ruthless competition. To dominate, expand, and exploit naturally leads to the nationalistic conclusion, American first. Capitalism flourished by perpetrating common assumptions about human rights and freedom of speech. But even a blind man could say that America is made for the rich and the powerful. America is no longer a state designed by its border. Instead, it's architect of a system of global cooperation authoritarianism, in which capital transforms political, economic, and cultural values and dominates the global without restraint. By compromising its value and principles, and it tolerates, supports authoritarian repressive power in exchange for a dream of comfort and luxury. In reality, the America no longer exists when it fails to defend its principles that give it the illusion of being a city upon a hill. The rot runs much deeper than the unhappy political pictures the world has been fed. These wounds won't heal with a switch of a head of state. What America faces is a challenge of whether it can recognize its own identity. The culture of cooperative authoritarian dominates and grows stronger every day. Can democracy survive and protect the value and principles when even stronger challenges come from a much more efficient and ruthless authoritarian capitalist regions? America has to raise up from the pit of political correctness. The communist society I grew up in was deeply ideological. The world was simply divided into black and white or right or wrong. But social justice and fairness can never be achieved through a suppressing freedom of speech or established through an education which discourages dissenting views. The political polarization in America is become like a cultural revolution, seeking to purge undesirable perspectives to achieve ethical and moral purity and unity. A similar pursuit happened in 1930s Germany as the most dangerous and suicidal act state can commit. Assuming moral superiority in which a single point of view hold to be correct, leaving no space for debate, narrows the mind and extinguishes a flame is a dead end. This self-sufficient condition cannot be recognized by individual, but expressed through an overarching power structure of the cultural environment. Human development is like a rock rolling down the side of a mountain. Physics may explain its downward trend, but it can't draw its path. It can be stopped by another rock or a main edge of changing course. Some assume this path can be carefully charted, is not true and has never been so. A life is a game. Each move should be guided by principles and understanding of the game. The chosen move may not necessarily be seemingly correct one, but life's complexity is behind a simple analyze. All one can do is make attempts with the best intention and know-how, incurring mistakes, sacrifices, and the necessary adjustment through the performance. While a good player may think a few steps ahead, everyone understands the moves. It only depends on how good they are at the game. The same is true of a political struggle, which forever attempts to appeal to the mass, but if they are not guided by principle, they merely offering distractions. America has been proud to point of arrogant. It remains largely ignorance of the wider global environment as long-term result of its education, mainstream media, and the state propaganda. Self-indulgent and overconfidence would disrupt the well-being of any states. History's greatest empire believed themselves too powerful to fail even as they collapsed. No state can meet the challenge of coming age without understanding that humanity must coexist as one, and that freedom of expression must be protected as foundation of human rights and democracy. Politicians always promise the heavens, leaving the mass to greater disappointment, apathy, and distrust. And the nation will be more divided and cynical of the political structure holding it together. The answer to what American is will be clear.
Hi, everyone. It's an honor to be talking to you at this virtual night of ideas. I want to talk to you tonight about the idea of solidarity. And I just want to say at the outset that I developed these thoughts in tandem with my collaborator, Leah Hunt Hendricks. We're working on a book about solidarity. And also through my work as an organizer and my activism with a group called the Debt Collective. So we're living through a tumultuous period. I'm sure that's uncontroversial. We've had a deadly pandemic, this heartbreaking loss of life. We've had increased economic desperation on the one hand, coupled with obscene wealth concentration on the other. There have been market and state failures and intensifying political polarization and violence. In response to all of this, there have been growing calls for unity. Unity, people say, is what will help us transcend this tumult. And it was a central theme of Joe Biden's presidential campaign, and you could hear it in his inauguration, January 20th. I just want to quote one part of his speech, though there are lots of sections I could have uplifted. To restore the soul and secure the future of American democracy requires much more than words. It requires the most elusive of all things in a democracy, unity. Unity. He doubled the word for emphasis. Unity, I want to argue right now, should not be our lodestar. Instead of unity, this moment calls for solidarity. The call for solidarity is based on the recognition that unity is impossible. There are profound divisions in this country and we can't paper them over, especially if we want to make our society more equal and less unstable. There are a lot of problems with the concept of unity. I want to quickly highlight three. First, the emphasis on unity implies that there are only two options, unity or division. And this is a false choice. It's a false choice that the right is able to weaponize because now they can call any action Biden or his Democratic colleagues take divisive and accuse them of being duplicitous. We need to answer the question of unity around what? Second, compromising with racists and right-wing reactionaries isn't unity, it's oppression. Breen Newsom, who many of you will remember, she climbed the flagpole in 2015 in South Carolina to remove the Confederate flag. She tweeted this the night of the inauguration. People framing the division in this country, which is fundamentally about racism and white colonialism, as though it's just a minor disagreement over the tax rate, is why all this talk of unity rings hollow. Third, calls to unity, like nationalism, obscure certain divisions that exist in any given society, particularly class divisions. Biden and many of his centrist Democratic colleagues would like to repress the divisions that exist in their own party, right? Their own party, which caters to Wall Street financiers and big tech executives, as well as low-wage workers and an increasing number of Democratic socialists. They would certainly prefer unity to having to face these differences head on. But if we want to heal, which is another one of our new president's favorite terms, we will need to acknowledge that our divisions are deep and offer a strong and bold vision of our country's path forward. We need to embrace a vision that recognizes the full humanity of every person and provides the resources to support their flourishing. And solidarity is how you make such a vision a reality. Solidarity, though, it's just not in the American mainstream political lexicon. And it's a word that doesn't really surface that much beyond certain activist circles. You know, if you travel in the communities I do, people sign their emails with the words, you know, solidarity instead of best wishes. But our culture at the same time is oddly awash in semblances of solidarity that even when well-intentioned or laudable, fall short of the real thing. So in addition to Biden's hosannas to unity, there are appeals to allyship, altruism, charity, empathy, and all of those ideas are insufficient. The thing about solidarity is that it has a material dimension. It's not just a mood and it's not a statement of support. So, you know, Amazon.com last summer, prominently featured the statement that they stand in solidarity with BLM, with Black Lives Matter. That was a hollow claim. The material dimension actually is part of solidarity's etymology. Solidarity is a concept with ancient roots. Few people know this. It first emerged on the legal books of ancient Rome. And when people held a debt in common, they were said to hold it in solidum. In other words, the state of being on the hook as a group was the basis of solidarity. If one individual faltered, the group had to step up, meaning that its members would bail each other out or default together. So it's no wonder that somebody who organizes campaigns of debt resistance, as I do, is attracted to this deeper history. From its genesis, solidarity had an economic component that raised the stakes. In this original formulation, solidarity is a common identity underpinned by collective indebtedness and obligation, shared responsibility and shared risk, a state of interdependence and mutual aid. So today, I think that meaning is still implicit in the term, but it has evolved, right? Solidarity has come to simultaneously describe the way in which we are bound together, what holds a society together, and how we can act in concert to transform our circumstances, to reach for social change. Solidarity is not something that depends on sameness. It can reach across differences, and it can do so in a way that doesn't erase them. You can be in solidarity with people who aren't like you. It's about social connection and strategic alliances. Where unity is form without content, agreement for agreement's sake, solidarity has a substantive purpose. Solidarity is aimed at securing justice. That said, solidarity, I believe, is the only thing that can help us approach something resembling unity. That's because the transformations won through campaigns of solidarity often benefit society at large. Traditionally, solidarity has been the watchword of the labor movement. By seeking justice for workers, society as a whole standed to gain. In other words, by delivering for those who have suffered the most, by canceling student debt, providing healthcare for all, creating a jobs program, ensuring our communities are protected and not poisoned, by redirecting funds from the police and the military to struggling communities, the 74 million people who voted for Donald Trump will also have their lives improved. There is evidence to suggest that some of them may change their outlooks if they experience material benefits and the positive effects of social policies. If so, they should be welcomed into an expanding progressive coalition. If not, and they continue to cling to racism, to violence, they should be confronted and marginalized, not placated or pandered to. Contrary to what the rhetoric of unity implies, division is not always bad. There are times when history requires that you take a side, not to conquer or to dominate, but for the sake of a higher vision. If the new administration uses unity as an excuse to govern from the right of center, they will be granting both bigotry and big money a pass. Such unity will only enable and embolden the forces of reaction and will severely disappoint and depress the millions of people who worked day and night over the past 4 years in hopes of a brighter future. This moment calls for solidarity with and redress for those who've experienced the brunt of the violence, exploitation, and loss of the last 4 years and beyond, going back further. People whose families were torn apart because of immigration bans, whose children were caged as their parents were deported, who lost loved ones due to COVID because of Trump's denial and lies, who lost their jobs in the crash, who lost their lives to police violence. Solidarity is an invitation to people of all backgrounds to come together, not to restore calm, but in order to right past wrongs and bring about a less fractious and less fractured future. Solidarity, not unity. Thanks so much.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Joel Whitney. Can you see me?
Yep, we can see you.
Okay. Hi again, everyone. My name is Joel Whitney. I'm part of the BPL Presents Arts and Culture team. I just wanted to jump in and say hello. We're going to be greeting new people who come into the Zoom every now and then. And we've got, as my colleague Jakob said at the beginning, we've got personal philosophies that we're calling truths to live by. And in a moment, Ian Olasoff, who works with us in a monthly series called Philosophy in the Library, is going to introduce the first of those with two other public philosophers. Before we do that, I just wanted to remind you that you can watch this whole stream on our BPL Presents Facebook page. And it should be on our YouTube page as well, which is BPL Videos. As you see, Binyam, my other colleague, will also be dropping some of these kinds of informational messages in the chat. But most of all, I just wanted to thank you for being here and welcome you. My colleague Meredith and I will be popping up now and then to just reintroduce ourselves and say hello to those who are joining us. Ian Olasoff is going to come on now and introduce this amazing video from someone named Katrina. We put out a call, and these philosophers are just as important as our so-called real philosophers. And Ian is also, in addition to a public philosopher, he is the author of Ask a Philosopher. And please welcome him in whatever way you do on a live stream. Cheers.
Hi, everyone. Elvira, Zed, do you want to join me here? So I'm gonna play a video in a moment that was submitted by one of you, answering a sort of call for the philosophical questions and beliefs that are sort of most dear or most important to you, or that you find most crucial. I mean, maybe I could start by just saying a little bit about what philosophy might be good for in a time like this. You know, we just heard from Master Taylor about the value of solidarity and the value of building bridges and making sort of meaningful connections with other people, right? And philosophy, whatever else it's good for, does this, I think. I think reasoning with other people is a source of intimacy. It's a source of connection. I mean, living in New York City, even in normal times, I think people can feel alienated. You go to work, you go home, your encounters with other people can feel superficial or transactional. But having an opportunity to talk philosophy with someone else, to reason with someone else about what matters to you is not that, right? It's a source of something deeper. So we'll turn to this Truths to Live By segment. Sarah and Zed, can I get you guys on now?
Hello, what's going on?
Hey, how we living? Zed, do you want to introduce yourself?
Sure. I'm Zed Adams. I'm the chair of the philosophy department at the New School for Social Research, as well as the co-founder of the Institute for Philosophy and the New Humanities. And I guess the one thing I like to say about my philosophical interests is that I'm extremely interested in the question of how art creates communities that wouldn't otherwise exist and allows us to provides a space in which we can have conversations and interactions and understand each other in ways that otherwise we wouldn't be able to.
Thanks. Elvira, hey, do you want to introduce yourself?
Hi, I'm Elvira Basewich. I'm an assistant professor of philosophy at the University of Massachusetts Lowell. I just have now a book coming out on Du Bois, and I'm working on the second one that's more of a high theory book. And in it, what I'm looking at is how we can think about democratic ideals in exactly the way that the last two videos talk about, but really confront the problem of race and racism, particularly in the United States. And that's something that I would like to bring out sort of in thinking about those videos and sort of in my research in general.
Great. So I should note that we'll be taking these, there will be a rotating panel of philosophers over the course of the night, and we'll be responding to, in part, the lectures and talks and panels that have come before us, but we're also going to be responding to the questions that you submit. You might notice that Q&A function right down below at the bottom of your screen. So if there's anything on your mind, any issues that you'd like to bring up for the live stream, then go for it. But
I'll throw a question out there for you too.
Yeah.
So,
well, I'll tell you what, Zed,
yeah.
actually, can I cut you off? Because I just want to have play this one segment first.
Oh, great. Yeah.
Greg, can we get the first truths to live by segment?
When I notice the needs of others, I must be aware that those same needs exist in me. When I notice the development of others, I must continue to develop my own life. And when I witness the journey of others, I can honor my own journey as well.
Great. So now we can respond to Katrina's video, which I really like. We can respond to Ai Weiwei. We can respond to Astra. But yeah, Zed, take it away.
Ai Weiwei brought up free speech as if it was such a great thing, unlimited free speech. There were he had a lot of worries about how, any attempt to stifle free speech is bad. He said, leaving no space for debate narrows the mind. And I want to ask us, what is so great about free speech, especially free speech understood non-instrumentally, not just as a means towards discovering things that we've thought that were wrong or discovering new truths, but just for its own sake? Is there something that's great about free speech intrinsically?
I love this point that you're bringing up, and it speaks to one of my reservations about both of the videos and both of their accounts. So it seems on the one hand, they're trying to give us a vision of basically a reconstructed American democracy. And so we could raise the question is that, is this a worthwhile project? And what would that vision entail? So that's one question. And then the second question is, well, what kind of methods best actualize this vision? And so Weiwei proposes free speech. And I think it's important to think about context and sort of the political cultures that we come from. So obviously the state of affairs in China right now, it's highly tyrannical. There's a genocide happening of the Uyghur peoples in Western China. And so there is a lot to say sort of with respect to context that when you have, and this is not just China, it's happening in Russia as well, that when you have journalists and intellectuals and academics being murdered for voicing their views, obviously this is something that is absolutely important for defending. But then if we take this same method and apply it to the United States, in my view, it has been weaponized by the right to perpetuate exactly the kind of systematic domination that is really a central obstacle to the realization of some expansive reconstructed vision of American democracy. So that is my biggest worry. And so it's my same worry with Astra's point, is that I know she's coming out of a history of struggle. That's her context. Those are her people. That's with whom she's having her conversation. But if you look at the history of union organizing in the United States, I mean, even going further than back to the history of slavery, and this is sort of Du Boisian point, is that it's not as if there's been an absence of solidarity amongst the working class. The problem is, at least for Du Bois's view, is that it's been profoundly racialized. And so just this idea that we need more solidarity, I think it's a little bit simple-minded, because if we don't really look seriously as to what exactly are the pertinent obstacles in our polity for the actualization of some reconstructed vision of American democracy, then I think both of these proposals could potentially be really dangerous and really unhelpful.
I know we have to cut to Patti Smith actually in a minute, but I think one of the ideas from Astrid that I really appreciated is the point that like solidarity is a relationship that you can have across significant differences, and that might not come naturally to us. It takes work, but it's possible. So yeah, like maybe the easiest forms of solidarity to find are like, for me, solidarity with other, white Jewish guys who live in Brooklyn or whatever. But it's possible to stand in solidarity with people in other social positions. It's the work of articulating what you have to do to find that solidarity, how you build that common ground. That's the tricky point. Yeah.
Thanks, Yeet. Should we throw out a advertisement for Ask a Philosopher?
Oh, I guess we should. I mean, yeah, in normal times, we have a booth which travels around to New York City where we talk with people about their philosophical questions and ideas. And as you might imagine, the pandemic has put a damper on this. But it's been fun to experiment with this online. We have one question in the queue already. Fareed writes, can we ask the same question, the one about the intrinsic value of free speech, about the idea of a nation or the sentiment of nationalism, as opposed to, say, culture, history, etc.? So I think that's right. I think this is like one of the things that philosophy is good for, right? That there are sort of like values that are sort of baked into conventional wisdom or baked into our language, value of courage or bravery, or in this case, free speech or patriotism, for example. And, for any one of these values, we can always ask, yeah, what's the actual basis here? And under what conditions does this value hold? Somebody asked, are there going to be any people of color on this panel? Yeah, there will.
Ian?
Okay, yeah, take it away.
We're just going to jump in. The ambassador to France is about to introduce Patti Smith. Take it away, Greg.
And on that note, her last triptych was dedicated to three French poets, Rimbaud himself, Antonin Artaud, and René Daumal. French literature and poetry had held a special place in her heart. And her latest book is The Year of the Monkey, was just, L'année du singe, was just published in French by Gallimard. For all these reasons, Patti Smith is our ideal guest of honor, being able to link France and the US in an artistic way, being able to close the distance, as you will see. And we are very honored that she accepted our invitation to kick off this special night.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. So let's close the distance now with Patti Smith in New York.
Good evening, everyone. Tonight is the night of ideas, and very beautiful concept to imagine a night where ideas are being formed and sent and digested and reimagined and sent back out into the world. For myself, I often get new ideas when I'm working, traveling, going from city to city, cafe to cafe, stage to stage. And it's been quite a challenge to rein in that desire and to reactivate the mind and imagination as we are compelled to stay in one place in lockdown during the pandemic. So I haven't been able to glean ideas through traveling the world, but I can always, as all of us can, travel through the work of others. For me, it is the world of ideas in books. I love my books, and these are just some of my favorites. I have books all over the place in every room, but here there's Bolaño and Albertine Sarrazin and Rimbaud and Nabokov and all kinds of, Artaud and Wittgenstein, Lovecraft, Akutagawa, all kinds of Allen Ginsberg, all of our beautiful Camus. This is a very beautiful edition of Camus. It's his notebooks, his chronicles in French. I actually can't really read the French, but I love just to hold the book, absorb it, and so many beautiful ideas. And I like to think that tonight, the other way that in which we get energized by ideas is now in this period of time, especially, is virtually. And that's what tonight will be very special about tonight. People will be sharing ideas from all over, and in the entire night, everything done at night. It is a night of nights. And I was thinking, I just wanted to say hello to everyone, and I hope it's a beautiful night for all of you. I'd like to play a little song. I wrote this song stemming from one of the most important ideas that I developed as a young girl, a certain concept that if we listen and if we are blessed, we shall be called. And I've always believed in this calling, and a calling to give to other people, for me through the arts. And it's a calling that really requires a certain amount of sacrifice and discipline and belief in oneself. And I've always liked William Blake because, unlike many of our great poets, mathematicians, and musicians, he did not die young. He lived a fairly good age for his time, but he died in poverty, barely known or remembered in his lifetime. But he was a visionary, and to his dying day, despite the fact that he was never embraced in his time, he maintained his vision and he worked till his dying day. And it reminds me that to embrace the life of an artist, one must accept the sacrifice that runs tandem to being called. So salute all those who are struggling right now. People are struggling all over the world, but we're also alive, and we're also celebrating our ability to think, to transform, to communicate. And I'd like to communicate this song to you on this night of ideas. And it's called My Blakean Year. In my Blakean year, I was so disposed toward a mission yet unclear, advancing pole by pole, punching breathed into my ear, obey the simple code. The road is paved in gold, when road was just a road. In my Blakean year, temptation, yet a hiss, just a shallow spear, road in cowardice. Brace yourself for bitter flack, for a life divine, a labyrinth of riches never shall unwind. The tears that bind the pilgrim sack are stitched into the Blakean back. So throw off your stupid cloak, embrace all that you fear, 'cause joy will conquer all despair. In my Blakean year, so throw off your stupid cloak, embrace all that you fear, 'cause joy will conquer all despair. In my Blakean year, in my Blakean year, in my Blakean year. Thank you. I'm just imagining you're all out there. Well, you all are. You are out there. And so let's lay down my guitar. So every year, I like to write a little poem or some thought, some idea. Sorry, oh, there it is. To project into the new year. And this is my poem for 2021. And the world fell into a state of unprecedented calm. And the farmer let drop his sickle, and he froze, witnessing a spectacle overwhelming in its common majesty. The sky was the brightest of blue, unblemished by cloud. The fields stretching before him were gold and without shadow. The wheat was plentiful, and the hive ran with honey rivaling the gold of the fields. Beyond the streams were bright and clear, as if poured from a crystal's infinite center. The children ceased their play, and they stood in wonder, and all joined them in baffled silence as a host of transparent balloons, wider than the great ships, hovered, dipped as if in a warm greeting, and rose, disappearing through the roof of that same blue sky. Bowls of bread and fish and fruit materialized in the hands of the hungry, and rain fell upon the dry land, and the sun drew out the flood, bringing it back into the air to relieve the saturated earth, and all was in balance, and all was calm. The rivers ran with fish, pink and silver and plentiful, and bells of silver chimed, and all bowed to nature, giving thanks. And the lame ran, and the blind spun in a new radiance, and the sick rose refreshed, and they were lame and blind and sick no more. The healing worm rose from the clay of creation. The tongue of every living thing brought forth an understanding, and the grieving were comforted, and rainbows circled the earth like the rings of Saturn, and all who dipped their fingers into its formlessness knew that it was good. Happy 2021. And there is much to look forward to. New ideas, new noise, new sensations. And may it be a beautiful night for you. And I'm going to close and say good evening. And I forgot to say, I'm Patty Smith, happy to be with you on this night of ideas. And now for a little night music.
Take me now, oh baby, here as I am. Pull me close, try and understand. Desire is hunger, is the fire I breathe. Love is a banquet on which we feed. Come on now, try and understand the way I feel under your command. Take my hand as the sun descends. It can hurt you now, can hurt you now, can hurt you now. Wow, 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 wow. Because the night belongs to lovers. Because the night belongs to us. Because the night belongs to lovers. Because the night belongs to us. Have I doubt when I'm alone? Love is a ring, the telephone. Love is an angel disguised as lust. Here in our bed until the morning comes. But come on now, try and understand the way I feel under your command. Take my hand as the sun descends. It can hurt you now, can hurt you now, can hurt you now. Wow, 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 wow. Because the night belongs to lovers. Because the night belongs to
are you, Secretary? Tonight.
Pretty good. How about
tonight,
yourself?
I'm fine. I'm so happy to see you. Tonight, I am honored to be speaking with Lonnie.
Good evening again, everyone. Thank you for being here. My name, once again, is Joel Whitney. It's the first time I've ever followed Patty Smith. I just wanted to jump back in and say that we're excited to have you here with us tonight. And in the second hour, you can see a panel coming from, it'll be moderated by the British novelist Hari Kunzru, and it'll feature the Mexican novelist Yuri Herrera and the Egyptian writer Mona El-Tahawy. They'll be talking about a panel titled "This is America, Is This America? What is America?" You'll see another Truth to Live By video presented by our philosopher in residence, Ian Olasoff, and the first of our concerts curated by National Sawdust by Emil Makhlouthi. But before we get to any of that, I just wanted to say hello again and remind you that anything you put in the Q&A, our panel that you met earlier is likely to be responding to as they come back throughout the night. And without any further ado, we have a video of some Advice to America monologues to close out the hour. Thanks again for being here.
I'm Renata Selitzel. I'm a philosopher and sociologist. I'm working at the Institute of Criminology at the Faculty of Law in Ljubljana, Slovenia, and I'm also a professor at Birkbeck College, University of London. I will speak about American optimism. Throughout my long relationship with the United States, where I often stayed for periods of time teaching at various universities, I always had the feeling that this is the country of unbound optimism. In America, everyone can make it. Everyone can get rich. One can move and start life anew. Everything appears a matter of choice. Now, in contrast, in my home country, Slovenia, and the rest of Central Europe, it is pessimism that prevails. Now, this is well explained in an old Soviet joke which asks, what is the difference between the pessimist and the optimist in the Soviet Union? The pessimist thinks that everything is so bad that it cannot get worse, but the optimist thinks that it can. Now, in the last 4 years, America has moved into our pessimism waters. And that was not only because you had a Slovenian first lady who did not look too optimistic from the start of her job. Now, with the new administration, it is quite possible that there will be a reversal, at least for some, into the old type of optimism. However, unbounded optimism might very well mask the divides which continue to exist in the American society. Now, to understand these divides, one has to kind of look maybe a little bit into the old anthropological studies. In the early 20th century, American anthropologist Paul Radin studied the Winnebago tribe of Native Americans. Now they are called Ho-Chunk Nation. Now, this tribe consists of 2 kinship groups which live in the same village. Now, Radin was surprised to observe that when he asked these 2 groups to draw their village, they draw the map of the village in a completely different way. One group draw the settlement as if it exists like in the circle. So the houses were presented around a kind of a common ground. But the second group draw an imaginary divide crossing the layout of the village, where the houses of one group were positioned on one side of the divide and the houses of the other group on the other side of the divide. Now, French anthropologist Claude Lévi-Strauss studied these drawings, and he reasoned that the key question was not what is the actual plan of the village, but instead, why did these 2 groups perceive their reality so differently? Now, he said that the difference in perception needed to be understood in the context of the complex relationships that existed in the village. So in some way, each group presented the village in such a way that they were able to regard itself and the other group as either central or peripheral, and that they were able to retain their status. Today, it seems that we are living in a world that is observed radically differently by people who live in the same place. In the United States, the Republicans and the Democrats see their own country as well as the world in opposing ways. Now, in the UK, supporters of Brexit and its opponents present an image of their country as if they live poles apart. The perception that we create around our world has in the last decades radically changed. It has become shaped by the new social media. As a result, we have created ever new individual fantasies of how our world looks like. Antagonisms that divide our societies, especially class and race, however, have been masked, denied, and often ignored. Of course, people have always found ways to close their eyes, ears, and mouth in order to ignore, deny, and negate information that they find disturbing. But what has changed in these post-truth times is the rise of cognitive inertia, an increase in indifference to what is truth and what is a lie. Now, this indifference is something that in some cases can be linked to the inability to know, and not simply to the lack of willingness to learn. Now, this indifference in ignorance sometimes can be also taken as a protective shield. The individual, for example, cannot, understand, which information to trust and which not, and, being ignorant might help him or her. The problem, however, is that in midst of difficulty to discern what is true and what is false, some people turn against all representations and framings of reality in the media and start believing that they are all equally biased. As a result, some people believe that there is no truth, or that there exists some purer, unmediated access to truth. Before the pandemic started, Danish and American political scientists led by Michael Ben Peterson questioned the motives of people who use the internet to spread fake news, conspiracy theories, or politically motivated attacks. Interviews with these people revealed that they did not believe the stories they were sharing were truth. What mattered to them was provoking anger, with some respondents saying that they are enjoying in the chaos they are creating. Some people admitted that they fantasize about a natural disaster which will wipe out most of humanity, so that a small group of people could start again from scratch. And a quarter believed society should be burned to the ground. The researchers reasoned that this need for chaos is for some linked to the loss of status, the feeling of having been left out, or in some way, overlooked, ignored. Now, the pandemic opened up the possibility of global structural change, a radical rethinking of the way today's capitalism has increased inequality, contributed to climate change, and how the hunger for profit, which has increasingly ended up in the pockets of the few, has decimated the public sector, impoverished state healthcare systems, and pushed aside ideas of universal income and a more sustainable economy. In the next years, America, as well as the whole world, will need a radical rethinking of these questions, especially how a change can happen in regard to the capitalist system that we have embraced for so long. Can we envision a more equal society, society that deeply cares about climate change, society that cares about its people. There is no point to be either a pessimist or an optimist in regard to these questions. What is required is deep thinking and action, and of course, a political fight to keep democracy alive.
Hi, I'm Agnes Callard, and I'm not going to give you any advice. I feel like I've been getting a lot of advice lately from kind of privately from my friends and family, but also just from the social world. It kind of flows in all the time. It doesn't always take the form of advice. Sometimes it's like nudges and suggestions and helpful hints and just requests to think about something. But it often is directed at my emotional state. So I feel like people are telling me when I'm angry, they're telling me not to be angry. Like, don't be so angry. You know, take a step back, reflect. We're all in this together. Be calm, be rational. And that just makes me more angry. Like they're trying to get me to not pay attention to something that's really important to me. And then sometimes people are trying to get me to be angry. They're like, how could you not be angry about this? If you're not angry, you're not paying attention. Don't you care about injustice? And that just makes me more resolved to not be angry. Like, I'm not going to let myself get caught up in that. But the reason I'm not giving you advice isn't only that I don't like advice, like it doesn't work well on me. It doesn't create the desired effect. I think the main reason is that I don't know what advice to give you. Like, I don't know what political views you should have. I don't know whether you should get more or less angry. I don't know what you should try to do more of in the coming year or try to do less of. I'm not sure what you should be paying more or less attention to. I don't know what books you should read. I don't know what books I should read. I mean, I just started reading Thomas Mann's Joseph and His Brothers. It's like 1,400 pages, and the beginning of it is really boring, the first couple pages. And I'm like, should I keep going? I started it last night, and I don't know whether I should keep going or not. Like, that's how lost I am. So, you know, what I'm going to tell you about what books you should read. I mean, you might think, well, but surely you've finished some books recently that were good. That's true. Actually, I have. I've read some really great books lately, and I'm not going to tell you what they are. And you'd be like, come on, you could recommend us some books at least. Like, is that so much to ask? Just a few book recommendations, just that tiny little bit of advice. And you might think, well, I'm pretty ungenerous that I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to recommend any books to you. But another way to think about it is to be suspicious as to how generous people usually are with giving advice. But people seem to love giving advice. They're always ready to do it, right? They're like, if you ask them for advice, people tend to be excited and poised, almost like they were poised at every moment. They were just waiting for you to ask, right? Why are people so desirous of giving something? Normally, we like getting things, but I think we like giving advice at least as much as getting it. And I'll admit that's sort of true of me too. Like, I don't like getting it, but I kind of enjoy giving it. And I have to hold myself back. I have to restrain myself from starting to talk about some of the books I've liked recently and like being like, oh, I could influence a bunch of people and get them to read some of those books. Because one of the things to me that's weird about that is like, why would I care? Like, why is that attractive to me if you read some book that I just read? Is it that I'm so philanthropic that I just happen to love the random people who take this suggestion and want to improve their lives? Or like I somehow am so attached to this book that I need to be like an advertisement for that book, and I need to promote it in the world, and I need to get it being read by more people. Most of the really good books I've read lately are by people who are dead, so I can't even like benefit those people. So there's something really strange going on in the kind of motivation to give advice. And so I'm consciously restraining that and saying, I'm not going to tell you what those good books are. And I want to instead think about why it's so tempting. And I think why there's something for me to restrain. And I think it's that there's the form of helping you that I am giving when I offer you advice is a form of helping that is unusually, in a certain sense, free. So most helping isn't as pretty as advice. First of all, it requires sacrifice. A lot of times, if I want to help someone, I have to give something up of my own. Like if I want to help someone and give them money, then I don't have that money anymore, right? But when I give advice, yeah, there's my time that I took to during which I spoke the advice, right? But I'm giving you this time anyway by talking to you, so I'm not giving up more by turning it into advice than by just talking to you the way that I am now, right? So in a way, I don't like by giving advice, I don't sacrifice anything. So it's pretty in that way. It's like a nice kind of help, the kind of help that doesn't cost the helper anything. But I think that's a bit cynical. I think the real appeal is not only that it doesn't cost the helper anything, but that it doesn't cost the one being helped anything. So if I think about the people that I help, a lot of the people in my life, when I try to help them, like my children, like, what does my help look like? Sometimes it looks like this: no dessert for you because you didn't eat your vegetables. That's help, right? It's education of a certain kind. But it's not that pleasant. It's not that pretty. If I'm helping my students, a lot of times I'm telling them, here's why this was a bad paper. That's also what help looks like. A lot of times help is painful to the one being helped, right? And difficult. And advice isn't like that. Advice is kind of pretty in that, you can take it or not, and it doesn't require any sacrifice on either side. And I think there's something fake and false about the image of that as a form of help. Like I think most of our lives, we are really caught in this very difficult sort of tension. We're sort of trying to navigate this quandary between, you might think of it as between indifference and coercion, right? We don't want to be indifferent to the people around us. You have to help people. You have to try to help people. You have to try to be a source of benefit and goodness for them. Otherwise, what are you? Like, who are you as a human being if you don't help the people around you, if you don't care about them? On the other hand, trying to help people, you can turn yourself into an interfering nightmare. A lot of times people are like, leave me alone, stop trying to help me, because a lot of help involves pain, and it's not always clear that that pain is for the good. Like maybe my kids would just be fine if they just didn't eat their vegetables and got dessert anyway. What do I know, right? And so a lot of times we're like, leave me alone, stop trying to help me, stop causing me the pain of helping me. And I think, how do you help without hurting? Or how do you help and hurt, but hurt in a way where the hurt is worth it? And how do you make yourself the kind of self that can be helped? Like present yourself to other people in such a way to be able to be helped. I guess instead of advice, I just thought I would leave you with those questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Agnes Collard. There's no advice like unsolicited advice and philosophical advice. My name is Meredith Walters. I'm one of your co-hosts tonight, along with Joel Whitney. Welcome to the Night of Ideas, Brooklyn. It's great to have you with us. I wish we were together at Central Library, but we're not. It's okay. We are here along with people all over the globe. You are with us until midnight, I hope. And after midnight, you can switch over to nightofideas.org. That's a 24-hour stream that'll wrap up at 3 a.m. That is run by our partners, the Cultural Services of the French Embassy. But here in Brooklyn, I just want to shout out again that we are supported by Humanities New York through an action grant, and that's funds from the National Endowment for the Arts, and also the Morris and Alma Shapiro Fund. So thank you so much to our generous donors. And now I'll turn it over to Hari Kunzru to lead us through that terrific panel that Joel mentioned earlier. Is this America? This is America. What is America? And I will see you later. Thank you so much.
Good evening and welcome to Night of Ideas. We're recording from Brooklyn Public Library, the event's New York City partner since 2017. In previous years, 8,000 attendees crowded into the library's central building over the course of the night to hear discussions, lectures, and debates, to watch film performances, and more. My name is Hari Kunzru. I'm a British novelist and I've been living in New York for the last 13 years. Tonight, I'm joined by Mexican novelist Yuri Herrera and Egyptian author and activist Mona Eltahawy. The title of our discussion is This is America. Is this America? What is America? We're people who are not American, but who live in America. We are proche in French. We are close to America. And we're recording this the day after right-wing extremists broke into the Capitol building. The Nation magazine quoted one of the participants during the action. "This is not America," the woman said. "They're shooting at us. They're supposed to shoot BLM, but they're shooting the patriots." So is what we just saw America, or is America something else? Maybe Yuri, you'd like to start with that.
Well, I think this is one of those scenes that is totally American. You know, what we saw is this mob of entitled white men, which is one of the ways in which we can describe this part of American history. You know, white men terrorism is something that has been acceptable, that has been tolerated since the beginning of this country, and we have seen it as institutional terrorism and as individual terrorism. Slavery was terrorism, genocide was terrorism, the lynching of Mexicans at the beginning of the 20th century was terrorism, caging kids at the beginning of the 21st century is terrorism. So there is a certain extent, a certain amount of terrorism that is acceptable, that has been acceptable, as far as it doesn't touch certain symbols of American quote unquote democracy. So I would say that yes, it needs a lot more nuance, a lot more analysis, but of course, this is one of those moments when we can see a true American experience.
And Mona, was this the America that you know?
Yes, I moved to the US 20 years ago, almost 21 years ago now, in 2000. And one of the earliest things that struck me about white Americans especially is this delusional level of confidence in their being better than everybody else, in their having the most perfect constitution, in their having the most perfect system. And so what we're seeing now is white Americans who are very upset, upside down with fury, that their perfection is a lie, that their votes, even though we've seen decades of Black votes being suppressed, these are white people now saying, how dare you, in their imagination, suppress my votes? So for me as an Egyptian whose authoritarian governments in Egypt have been propped up by successive versions of Trump, I'm seeing now that what is happening now is a fruition, not an aberration. Trump is the logical conclusion, and this is very much America. And it's not going to change drastically under Joe Biden, because we saw Biden yesterday saying we are better than this. And I'm like, are you? No, you are not better than this. And
well, I was going to
will
say, this is not who we are, is a phrase that comes out of the mouths of politicians again and again.
Absolutely.
I'd like to ask, who is the we in that statement? And do you feel that in any sense that you are part of that we?
I definitely don't feel part of that we, because the kind of, if I was part of that we, I would see that the way US media covers my part of the world is the way that they cover their own part of the world. The US media has spent the past 4 years of the Trump regime being mealy-mouthed and polite and cowardly and spineless. And they couldn't call him the racist he was. They wouldn't call him the fascist he was. And even with yesterday, protesters? How? These are insurrectionists. So I absolutely do not. I'm of Muslim descent. There is a Muslim ban because of this fascist fuck called Donald Trump. I don't see that being written about in the way that makes me feel like a we.
Yuri, I mean, one of the surprises of the election we've just had is that even after all the anti-Mexican rhetoric and the various legal actions that this administration has taken aimed at immigrants from south of the border, Trump's share of the Latino vote improved. How do you see that? Do you feel that that there is a kind of Latinx identity that perhaps is possible within Trumpism?
Well, the thing is, there is no such thing as a Latino vote as a thing that is homogeneous and that is identical to itself. What we have is a very complex, very diverse population of migrants coming from all Latin America, and people come from all different kinds of reasons and have different kinds of lives. And to think that every single migrant has the same experience, it's just a simplification. If every single Latin American was progressive, we wouldn't have the alt-right that we have. We wouldn't have the enormous amount of racism. We wouldn't have all these neoliberal and governments that keep getting elected again and again. So no, I think when people try to explain the Latino vote, they are thinking about a certain specific experience of people who have come to work and have endured the persecution of the racists on the border, of the certain institutions, but that is just a very specific part of the electorate. So I think that more than trying to explain this in ethnic terms or in terms of where you come from, we have to explain it as before, as in any other case, in terms of your position in society, in terms of social class, in terms of your opportunities, in terms of how close you are to certain objectives that you had when you came to this country.
I mean, if this we that dominates the American political discourse that is so exclusive, if that's to change and a more inclusive notion of what it is to be American is to come about, what needs to happen? What would be the biggest change that would be required? Mona?
Well, I think a recognition, as I said, that Trump is the fruition and not an aberration, because this did not develop overnight. Trump did not invent white supremacy. He did not invent misogyny. He did not invent this capitalism run amok. He did not invent the military machine that is the US empire. What he did was he turbocharged it. And unless Americans, white Americans specifically, acknowledge that and stop saying we are better than this and recognize that what they saw happen yesterday happens with US backing in so many countries around the world, including my own Egypt and other countries in the region, unless that becomes all of us rather than over there and over here, it will never change. And I want to see an acknowledgement. So first of all, right now, we need an urgent action, which I'm not seeing, remove Trump. Use what the Constitution gives you to remove him. There's no sense of urgency. It's like, oh, okay, it's over now. Yay, let's go back to normal. How is this happening? I cannot believe it.
Same question to you, Yuri. What's the change that would have to happen in order to make a more inclusive American identity?
I think it's already happening. It's not happening in institutional terms, but I think it's already happening. This country is very different as the country when I also arrived here for the first time in the year 2000 as well, even though I have been coming down between Mexico and the United States all this time. And it's a lot more diverse. It's a lot more interesting. It has a lot better food. And this is happening more and more each day that passes, but it is not reflected in institutional terms. For instance, when I think about the Obama years, with all the incredible disappointment that Obama was, what I take from that was the kind of society that was able to make a Black man president. And Trump, we can explain Trump as a reaction to that, as this big part of the American society that does not want society to change, that does not want to accept that this is a much more plural society. But they cannot stop that. They can put all the walls they want. They can be as repressive as they want, but this is not going to stop the demographic and cultural change that is already underway.
So you see this as the last gasp of an old order of things rather than a harbinger of something new?
don't think it's the last, but I don't think, I think it's a desperate one. But we shouldn't be that confident when we, as Mona was saying, when we see the whole political elites just talking about this as something that was that is already in the past. We see that there's a lot of work to do still. You know, there's a reckoning that is not happening right now.
I mean, one of the ways in which Americans have traditionally understood their nation is as an exceptional nation, as a nation that had some kind of special destiny in the world. And I think it's probably not going to be a spoiler that I imagine all three of us are very skeptical of that account. But America is nevertheless an enormously powerful nation and has been criticized historically for using its power in a sort of childish way, in a way that America does not look outside itself. I'd like to know how would you see a mature American power? How should America project itself into the outside world, and how should America use its power? Mona.
Well, I think by its elected officials and activists as well, recognizing that what they want in order to improve their country is what they must also support abroad. Because one of my biggest disappointments always with so many Americans, including Americans who consider themselves activists, is that they have this way of looking domestically that they don't apply outside of US borders. So when we hear someone saying defund the police, which I fully support, it must be completed with defund the military, because you have to understand the way that you see what the way the police treats Black people, Indigenous people, people of color in the United States is the way that the US military treats the rest of the world, and they have to make those connections. So I think that idea of how do we improve America within must also extend to without. And you know, for me, I mean, I'm an anarchist feminist, so I'm going to fight the state everywhere I am. And so I'm urging everyone here who is looking at the state very, very critically to understand that criticism must not stop outside of borders, which I don't even recognize, because I want to get rid of borders as well.
Yuri, what's your sense of a mature American power, if there is such a thing?
Well, Stacey Abrams should be the Secretary of State. You know, there's a lot of really valuable people understanding that the times have changed, and instead of putting just that old democratic quote unquote guard, this country should take advantage of people of Stacey Abrams' quality.
Yuri and Mona, thank you so much. To those in Paris, thank you for watching, and all the best from Brooklyn Public Library's BPL Presents. And for those who are on the Brooklyn Public Library stream, we're going to be able to go on and slightly take a breath and maybe kind of unpack some of these issues in a more nuanced way. Yeah, and I slightly munched my question to you, Yuri, about the Trump voting Latinos, because I think people are well aware now that the experience of Cuban Americans who fled Castro is very different from Central American migrants who are coming now. But there did seem to be some very interesting things happening, say in the Rio Grande Valley, with a lot of working class. I think people of Mexican descent who were deciding to vote for Trump. Now, I mean, I would love to understand whether the dream of the Republican Party right now, which I'm seeing a lot expressed, is that it becomes a sort of multiracial, socially conservative party. I mean, do you think that's the way that the right will go if, as you say, the sort of demographic change in the country is not going to, is unstoppable?
They will have to accept certain realities sooner or later, but I don't think they are going to do it gladly. And as for the explanation of how a segment of the population went for Trump, I wouldn't say that it was people going for Trump, but going against the people that are supposed to protect you and didn't do it. Very often people forget that Trump is using the deportation machine that was perfected by Obama. That the big chunks of the wall that have been built by Clinton and by Obama. That Obama didn't do anything to the people who destroyed the world economy in 2008, whereas at the same time, thousands and thousands of migrants were detained and deported in inhumane conditions, you know, and why are the Democrats so convinced that the Latino vote is theirs when migrants have been treated in this way? I mean, there is a big difference between the Democrats and Trump in the sense that Trump was openly a fascist, that he openly embraced a xenophobic discourse. But it's not that big a difference in institutional terms, in terms of policy. So unless there is a big change in terms of policy, you can't expect that there is a big change in terms of the reaction to those policies.
I mean, Mona, this seems to speak to something you said about, we have to understand this as being very continuous with the history of the country, and the idea of Trump as an aberration is a slightly dangerous one for people to rest on. I mean, I suppose the argument amongst sort of a sort of right-wing patriotic American would be, why are you so? Why do you want me to feel bad? Why do you want me to feel guilty? And what would you say to about this question of personal guilt and innocence? How do people move past this sort of sense that they're being attacked into a kind of possibility of making a future identity in a future American community?
Well, I think that, the white Americans, especially, that I focus on as having this kind of delusional levels of confidence in institutions, as long as those institutions work for them, because certainly Black, Indigenous, and people of color don't have those delusional levels of confidence. And white Americans who think we're better than this and we're exceptional were caught off guard yesterday, because what they saw happening yesterday is what they're used to seeing happening somewhere else. This doesn't happen in America. They're still saying we're better than this. And so they have to understand their complicity and the ways that they enabled that. And one of the ways is to remind them that in their name, their elected officials have carried out and supported levels of violence and chaos that they saw in their nation's capital in other countries. So like last year, for example, Hosni Mubarak died, and he was the dictator of my country of birth, Egypt, for 30 years. And he was propped up by 5 successive US presidents, Republican and Democrat, So like Yuri was saying, it's not like there's this massive difference, and especially when it comes to foreign policy. And I saw that so obviously yesterday in the Senate, when I was following the Senate discussions after the insurrectionists. I saw someone like Tammy Duckworth stand up. Senator Tammy Duckworth stood up, and she said, now this is a woman who lost her legs in the illegal war against Iraq. She said, I earned my wounds fighting for a war I did not support that was ordered by a president I did not vote for. And I immediately yelled them, why the fuck did you go? Why did you fight in this war? So this disconnect that Americans have, they are oblivious or willfully choose to ignore the damage that they have caused around the world. So of course now around the world, people are saying, finally the end of the American empire. So Americans have to pay attention, because it will hurt them. It is hurting them, whether they recognize it or not.
I mean, obviously, one of the salient things that we saw yesterday was all sorts of pundits and commentators reaching for phrases like, this is like a banana republic, or this is a third world thing. There was definitely an idea that the chaos is something that is not innate to the American experience, whereas I guess all of us would beg to differ from that. But I mean, Yuri, is this just a question of history? Could there be another way of teaching Americans their own history that would make some of this innocence less damaging to those who get on the receiving end of it?
Well, I don't know if it's innocence of willful ignorance, because the facts are there. That's why I don't want to talk about guilt. For me, this is not a thing about making the Republicans or the white men feel guilty. It's about being responsible, and it's about paying attention what you have in front of you. And this is not the first time that some group tries to subvert the will of the people. This is the subversion of the will of the people. It's something that happens all the time, but there are acceptable ways in this country in which you do that. You do that by gerrymandering, or you do that through the lobby system. It doesn't matter who you vote for, because what is going to happen is going to happen following the interests of the lobby system. So yes, there's a lot of history to be read, and there's a lot of analysis and critical thinking to be done in respect to the language we use when we try to explain this country. But it has to do with observation. It has to do with paying attention with what you have in front of you. So let me just give you one example. I live in New Orleans, which is a strange place within the South, the United States South. And the rest of the country enjoys talking as the South as the repository of racism. And of course, there's a lot of racism here. But it's not that it doesn't exist in other places. And also, people forget that there's a lot of people here who were born in the South and live in the South and have been enduring the racism and have been fighting against it for generations, and they are still labeled as part of this cultural tag that is the South as the place of racism. So it's about paying attention and being more analytical. It's not about guilt.
So do you think that an actual observation of facts would serve people as a way of? I mean, I suppose I'm getting at the idea that America seems to be a prisoner of its own myths. Often the myths of what it thinks it is rather obscure the truth. I mean, you know, you've pointed out ways in which it falls short of being a proper democracy. You know, do you think America is a democracy in a meaningful way? Either of you. Now, Mona, what do you think America is a democracy?
Well, you know, all of us have said, you know, again and again, we see segments of Americans who are denied a vote, whether, as Yuri said, through gerrymandering, lobbying, or, you know, the voter suppression that we've seen happen to the Black community. And so in that sense, no, it is not. It's not a democracy, and it's most definitely not the perfection of a democracy in the way that it likes to think. And I think also the responsibility that we're talking about, and if it wants to be considered a democracy, it also has to ask itself how it's using the votes that come. So, you know, I'm going to go on and on about the military and US foreign policy, because this is my entry point to what happened yesterday. You know, when George Bush decided to take it upon himself to invade Iraq without even going to Congress, right? I mean, how is this a democratic action when any other country in the world does that? You know, that is always pointed out as, you know, this is a lack of democracy, this is a fascist act. But the United States gives itself the right to do that under the cover of its own myth, and in so doing, it continues to willfully ignore again the original sin that gave birth to this country, this experiment called America, which is the genocide of indigenous people and the enslavement of Black people who were brought here, you know, stolen and brought here from the continent of Africa. So along, you know, where along that, from that original sin to the sins that America continues to commit today, where along that did it become this democracy that is then portrayed to the rest of the world as, you should be like us? Again, senators yesterday were saying, we are the ones that go to the country of Georgia and we persuade the president, who doesn't want to have a peaceful transition of power, to leave. You know, again and again, it presents itself as kind of, you know, the perfection of democracy. And then again and again, it lacks democracy. So maybe it's a democracy with a small d, but it has these delusions of being the democracy with a massive D.
I think that's an interesting point that you bring up about going to other countries and exporting democracy. I mean, Yuri, one of the consequences perhaps of the events at the Capitol is a diminution of American soft power, a diminution of the authority that Americans have to go to other countries and say, you must be more like us. I mean, what do you think is going to be the consequence internationally of how America is seen outside because of the not just of yesterday, but the last few years?
Well, I remember there was this, I don't remember who said this, that the only reason why there was not a coup in the United States is because there was not an American embassy in the United States. because in some cases, the United States have supported democratic regimes, but more often has exported tyrannies and has exported dictators, has supported some of the worst people, certainly in Latin America. So that that weakening of American intervention in foreign countries, I think it's good news. And I think in the sense that the United States is becoming a second-rate power behind China, maybe it will be a good news for the rest of the world. Maybe the United States will stop trying to establish authoritarian regimes everywhere and start paying attention to how things are done here. And after that, to be truly an example that, contrary to what people think here, has never been.
I mean, do you think there's any way that if in a China-centric world, people might become nostalgic for American power? I mean, the Chinese version of imperial power seems quite scary too.
Well, people can be nostalgic for toxic partners. You know, people can be nostalgic about all kinds of things. So there's a lot of good things about American culture that maybe will be missed. But I don't think the Henry Kissingers of these times will be missed. I don't think the Ronald Reagans. I don't think the Lindsey Grahams will be missed. I hope those will be part of the reckoning, and they will be part of something that is in the past.
I mean, let's switch this to something, to a sort of positive aspect. In that all three of us have chosen to be in America. I mean, we've spent some time excoriating it. But what's brought you here? Just on a personal level, it would be interesting to know, Mona, why are you based in the US rather than elsewhere?
Well, I've got to tell you, Harry, I never imagined I would be here. It was never on my horizon. And then I ended up marrying a white American man and very soon after divorced him. And then I stayed. But, over the years, I mean, I tell you, I moved back to Egypt for a couple of years soon after our revolution. And I decided to move back to the US to save white American women because, and I'm saying this intentionally with every ounce of arrogance that is delivered in that.
You're telling me you're a brown savior? You have a brown savior complex.
Well, the reason I'm saying this is because white feminism has always portrayed itself as saving women like me and saving women from my part of the world. And then like I said, I'm an anarchist feminist, but I moved back to Egypt to work with feminists on the ground there to write my book. And then Trump was elected when I was in Egypt. And I was like, okay, American women need me. I will now go to America and save American women, because look what happened when Trump was elected. A man who has sexually assaulted more than 20 women was elected. And the majority of white women voters chose him. And the feminism in our discussion here, I mean, like I'm always there to throw the feminist wrench into every discussion. The feminism there, I mean, and then look who we had against him. We had Hillary Clinton, who was not my idea of a feminist, yeah? So what kind of option was this? So I was like, okay, I'm moving back to the US. I'm going to save American women, because when I save American women, it will save women all over the world. Because look at the two options that we had. Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump. So my arrogance brought me back to America, Hari.
Beautiful answer. And Yuri, why did you find yourself here?
Well, a couple of months ago, someone asked me, "How did you decide to leave Mexico?" And I was really surprised. And I said, "I have not left Mexico. I work in the United States, but I have not left Mexico," and which might sound like a word game or something like that, but it's not. I think it's, for me, it's part of my own particular migrant experience. I arrived here for the first time in the year 2000, and after each period, a place where I have worked, a place where I have studied, I have been back in Mexico, sometimes for a few months, after the PhD for 2 years. And even when I'm just living in a place, I go back to Mexico all the time. This time during the quarantine, during the pandemic, is the longest time in these 20 years where I have not been in Mexico, and it has been really tough for me. So I came here to study, and I have been staying for work, but also, well, I got married here, and I have friends, and I like the diversity of this country, in spite of the ideas that sometimes we have and reproduce about the United States as an homogeneous place. I think it's a very exciting country in the sense that it's changing, in the sense that it's contradicting its own myths. And this is something that, for me, makes interesting any country. When any country starts seeing those parts of itself that have been obscured, it's much more interesting. It's like, if you think about France, that France is much more interesting thanks to Algeria and Morocco and parts that have been out of the French identity. And the same could be said about Mexico. Mexico has simplified the heritage of the original peoples there. But now there's a huge movement of people trying to rethink the Mexican state. So this is one of the things that I'm attracted to in the United States. And I could also number many, many things, especially being in New Orleans, which is a place that has suffered unspeakable violence since it started, but at the same time, it's a place that has given so much to the world in terms of culture, in terms of political activism. So there's many examples, I would say.
I'm very attracted actually to that distinction between America from above and America from below, because I think that's sort of what brought me, as what I stay for as well. I mean, I have, like both of you, personal reasons for being here. I mean, I intended to be in the US for 9 months, and I never left. And that was because I fell in love, and I got married, and I kind of woke up from sleep and found myself pushing a stroller around Brooklyn and realizing that I had turned into something that I had not intended to be at all. But I'm always struck by the kind of weird gap between this kind of this sort of, I feel like some deeply fascist sort of authoritarian version of the country, or the kind of power that America kind of projects, and the actual experience of a sort of horizontal America, of people being together. I mean, I love to be, when there's not a pandemic, it's often very moved to be in a subway carriage or a public space and see people from all over the world being together. I mean, maybe we ought to have a short pandemic conversation, because I mean, this is a thing that will change the world completely, and it will absolutely change America. So I mean, could you, maybe Mona, you could say something about how you think America will change now in the wake of this rupture and these events?
Well, I think, even before yesterday, it was clear that what the US thought it was not what we were seeing, because of the horrendous criminal mishandling of the pandemic. That more than 350,000 people have died, that the United States is pandemic central, speaks volumes to how this is not, how is this the most powerful country in the world? How is the wealthiest country in the world allowing this to happen? And the very short, quick answer is because it was mostly affecting, disproportionately affecting Black, Indigenous people of color, the disabled, the poor, you know, all the people that America doesn't want to consider as part of the we that we began talking about at the start of our conversation. So I think what the pandemic was already doing was it was chipping away at this kind of like big kind of massive statue of what the United States thought it was. And what yesterday did was it kind of pushed that even further. It's kind of like, you know, when in revolutions, you topple down the statue of the dictator and people go, yay. And I feel that that's what we're doing with the United States now. The pandemic began to push, well, Trump began to push. The pandemic was like, come on, we can do it in a terrible way, obviously. And yesterday toppled the statue and said, hello, look, see? And obviously I'm against all of those people, but I want to topple this wrong-headed idea of the United States. And I celebrate the US that you both also celebrate, because I live in New York City, which is the only place in the US I can live. I live in Harlem, which is my favorite part of New York City. And New York City for me is the world. I feel at home in New York City. I wasn't born there, but I feel at home in New York City. So let's topple this awful statue of what the US thinks it is, and let's allow to grow something alternative after this terrible tragedy of the pandemic.
I mean, Yuri, what do you think the consequences of this will be, and what kind of country is going to emerge on the other side of it?
It's really difficult, but I hope there will be a change in the way the debate is about health institutions, that there is an urgency of public health system not in place, that it is as important, is not more important as the military budget if you are going to protect the population. That's the first thing that I would say. And we still have to discuss a lot more how the education should change, how the workplace, how there's a lot of things that you can do from home and you don't need to go to other place. And also some things that are deeper, and I still don't see how they are going to change, but I hope the way we consume, you know, the whole pandemic is not just a problem about the virus. It is a problem on how we relate with nature, how we live, how we live on top of each other, how we consume, how we travel. So there's many things that we have to rethink, that we are just seeing the start of it.
And we've just got a little more time, so I'm going to ask a silly question for the end. What would you say is your most American habit, Mona?
My most American habit, oh my God.
I don't know, maybe you don't have an answer for that. What do you, yeah.
My arrogance. My man. And I say it's arrogance I have earned, Ari, which I'm sure America would also say. No, you know what? One of the positive things about the US that I do appreciate when I travel across the world is a certain level of confidence. And I don't mean the confidence that says, let's go invade countries and topple governments. No, a confidence in a belief that, you know what? I count. You should listen to me because I'm important. Now, obviously, again, we have to have a better we in order to appreciate everyone's voice. But that confidence where, yeah, I deserve to be heard. I am here. That, I think, is probably my most American in the best possible sense of the word aspect.
Yuri, is there something that you notice when you're back in Mexico that marks you out as somebody who spends a lot of time in America?
Well, for me, it's before living in New Orleans, I never cared about football. And when I arrived here,
sports head.
This is a city where absolutely everybody loves the New Orleans Saints. You know, because in New York, you can live there and never go to a football game or never watch a football game, or in San Francisco or any other place, not in New Orleans. In New Orleans, the Saints are just part of the identity. They are part of their community. And as soon as you start being part of the community that watches the game every Sunday, you realize that you're in some little part, you are becoming part of the community. And I follow all the Saints games. If I'm not in New Orleans, I never watch football. I don't care at all. But if I'm here,
Great. Well, thank you both so much for this conversation. I hope we've shed some light, generated more light than heat. Maybe that would be one way of putting it. And thanks to everybody who's been listening. We have been guests of the Brooklyn Public Library, and there'll be plenty more on this live stream in the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mona. Thank you, Harry.
Thank you both.
Good evening again, everyone. It gives me great pleasure to bring back some more of those Truths to Live By videos. We put out a call on some of our social media assets for you to tell us what your working philosophy is. And I'm going to bring back our philosophy curator at Brooklyn Public Library, Ian Olisoff, who will play the next one and look for some feedback, and he'll also possibly take a Q&A. Keep putting your questions in the Q&A or comments, and Ian and his panel will be back a little bit. But for now, here's Ian.
Great. I'll keep this brief. We've started to get some great questions in already. Why don't we roll this Truths to Live By segment and then take it from there?
I hope I look enlightened enough. My name is Harsh Pandit.
I'm going to start.
Greg, if you could pause the music.
During this pandemic,
never perform acoustically.
Unemployment.
Oh, it's our first official technical difficulty. Let's get a round of applause for everyone at home.
So we're looking for a Truth to Live By that should be timestamped 750. Harshal.
Can't hear this one.
Even more inward. I'd been troubled.
Can we restart this video?
From existentialism to nihilism, out of which I identify the most with absurdism, but they all seem to come to a dead end. I hope I look enlightened enough. My name is Harsh Pandit. I graduated with MA in Film and Media from New School recently. During this pandemic and subsequent unemployment, I finally started practicing mindfulness and went even more inward. I'd been troubled by various schools of philosophies, from existentialism to nihilism, out of which I identify the most with absurdism. But they all seem to come to a dead end when discussing the meaning of life, that it probably doesn't have any. However, I remained curious about why do all these philosophers who suggest that life doesn't have a meaning went on to live a full life? And especially, why did they put so much effort into sharing such thoughts with the world when everything is just futile? The mindfulness practice instilled a habit into me to strive to be present here and now. It opened me up to the enormous importance of the current moment, and also to the fact that everything is impermanent and fleeting. Thoughts change, emotions change, feelings change. So that got me thinking, what if there is a meaning, but it's fleeting? It changes every moment. Orson Welles' masterpiece, Citizen Kane, concludes at the end that we cannot sum up a man's life with a mere word. Similarly, we cannot find a singular meaning of life that can apply to every life on earth. Maybe someone has explored and dissected such a postulate, such a hypothesis that I'm not aware of. But as I'm hoping to develop more thoughts in that direction, I do want to put it out there for a debate. So can a meaning of life be fleeting, changing every moment? I would love to discuss it with you. Thank you.
That was so great. I really appreciated that video. I like the idea that meaning in life could be fleeting. I think it's clear that our actions within our lives have meaning. You know, I go to pick the kids up from daycare so that I can take them home, so that I can feed them, so that they can be ready for school tomorrow or whatever it is. I think when people are looking for a meaning for life in general, they're often looking for some sort of ultimate purpose, some sort of purpose that they can sort of hang all of their individual actions off of, or that could provide some ultimate justification, rather than this sort of chain of instrumental justifications that you get for the things that happen in your day-to-day routine. But maybe what Harsh is pointing to is that we don't actually need such an ultimate justification. Maybe the little purposes that we find from moment to moment are sort of good enough. There doesn't have to be a single purpose that our whole life coheres around. I think that's a really lovely and powerful thought, and is maybe therapeutic for people who are having a hard time identifying the single purpose for their entire life, because you might not find one. There we go. Joel, do you want to cue up the National Sawdust here?
That should really be Meredith, but we'll
I'm here.
Great.
And I'll say very quickly that National Sawdust is one of our event partners for the Night of Ideas, as they have been over the previous years. And we're really excited to present this concert by Emel Methlouthi, a Tunisian singer whose one of her songs was became an anthem during the Tunisian Revolution, but that doesn't matter. As you'll hear soon, it's her voice. This is a very intimate concert, her on guitar, which is rare for her. But I'll keep my mouth shut because you have to hear her. She's exceptional. So Greg, please show Emel Methlouthi, courtesy of National Sawdust.
Visual electronics, and I miss my band, but this is also interesting, and to also explore and try to find an interesting sound with the acoustic guitar and with just the possibilities of acoustics. So the first song I'm going to perform is Min Ruh, which means from the soul. It's a song that's from my recent album, Everywhere We Looked Was Burning. It's a song that I've written over 3 years ago. And it's a song that's very important for me because I feel it kind of brought like a prophecy where the song describes billions of people running from a plague that's brought by capitalism, and where also nature becomes like a beast that's running after us for revenge. So this is kind of the song of the apocalypse, Min Ruh. شالت وحارت وحطت عن نفس الساكنة سالت عالفجر مالت عالزهر فتحت أوراق فيهم الماضي من روح العالية والبرور الغالية تبنى وشكينا رسمنا خطوات الماشية شقت البحار
سكتت الأطيار عادت للنوار عادت الأفكار عادت الأفكار الحالكات تحت الأمطار بدت الغيوم يقعد في الواد كان حيرته كان حيرته كان حيرته Okay. So the next song is a song that's from my last album. It is called Fi Kulli Yawmin, which means every day. And it's a song that I wrote for a friend who was going through a difficult time. And it just made me think at the same time that the situation was kind of sad and a little bit dramatic. But at the same time, somehow I saw this glimpse of hope and this beautiful ray of light. So the song is just about that ray of light that exists despite the hatred, despite the violence, despite all the massacres, despite all the bad in the world. There's always a new tomorrow and there's always a new sun that shines on us. So we have the possibility to make things better and we have the possibility to become better. So, Fi Kulli Yawmin.
ليس المر محتوما أليس المر محتوما I hope you're enjoying these songs. The next song is from my first album. So I have 3 albums. The first one was released in 2012. And it was an album that I have written between 2004 and 2009 during the years of dictatorship in Tunisia. So these songs are how I saw things through my eyes as a student, as a rebel, as a humane Tunisian. And it was very important for me to document and to try to make a change through music and poetry. And this lyric is from a rapper, a Tunisian rapper, Farid Mesni, and he was the first one to speak up this clearly and this graphically about the dictatorship and the oppression and the torture in the prisons. And this song is about all of that and about the necessity and it's a call to speak up. It's called Libertà, which means freedom. And it's also a song about the pen and the paper as the strongest weapons against all kinds of oppression.
سمع ما تبيع شي في السوق حلك الفم تكلم حرية زانك مطلوب زانك مطلوب هذه بلادي نحكي فيها ماني شي مجنون هذه بلادي نحكي فيها ماني شي مجنون وين الحرية وقت اللي تمشي تشوف السجون حاكمي خابس بالفلوس يبيعوا في القانون وين الصحافة وين الإعلام وين التلفزيون وين القرايا وين الناس وينك يا المتعلم في كل محل منين تمشي تلقى تصويرات المعلم ضد الريح ضد الريح ما تخافيش اللي شوفوا صحيح برجع حفر عيني لطيح في الأوضة عيش راسك قلبك صحيح ما تخلي كرامة تيح اتكلم ناقش قول ليبرتا
Nationalists around the world have used the pandemic as an excuse to shut down their
I'm going to start.
Xenophobia
So
dressed up as a
usually
public
I never perform
What kind of
acoustically.
immigration? Nationalists around the world have used the pandemic as an excuse to shut down their borders. Xenophobia dressed up as a public health measure. What kind of immigration policy should the Biden administration pursue? It's not enough just to overturn Trump's barbaric and racist policies. The whole debate around migration, not just in the US, but globally, is entirely from the perspective of the rich countries. Should we let in immigrants? How many? What skills should they possess? I want to flip this on its head and ask, what's in it for the migrants themselves? Why are so many people moving? What are they owed? One day in the 1980s, my grandfather was sitting in a park in suburban London. an elderly British man came up to him and wagged a finger in his face. Why are you here? Why are you in my country? Because we are the creditors, responded my grandfather, who was born in India, worked all his life in colonial Kenya, and was now retired in London. You came to our countries and took all our wealth, our diamonds. Now we have come to collect. We are here, my grandfather was saying, because you were there. There's a lot of debate these days about whether the US owes its African American citizens reparations for slavery. It most certainly does. But there's a far bigger bill that the US and Europe have run up, what they owe to other countries for their colonial adventures, for the wars they imposed on them, for the inequality they have built into the world order, for the excess carbon they've dumped into the atmosphere. The creditor countries aren't seriously suggesting that the West sends sacks of gold bullion every year to India or Nigeria. That people are asking for fairness, for the borders of the rich countries to be open to goods as well as people, to Indian textiles as well as Nigerian doctors. In seeking to move, they're asking for immigration as reparations. Today, 250 million people are migrants. They're moving because the rich countries have stolen the future of the poor countries. Whether it's Iraqis and Syrians fleeing the effects of illegal American wars, or Africans seeking to work for their former European colonial masters, or Central Americans trying to get into the country that destabilizes their governments, peddles them guns, and is the biggest market for their drugs. They are coming here because we were and continue to be fair. Before you ask them to respect our borders, ask yourself, has the West ever respected anyone's border? Not only did they transgress borders at will, but they then created new borders, leaving the peoples on either side in a permanent state of strife, such as India and Pakistan. 40% of all the borders on the planet today were created by just two countries, Britain and France. A vast majority of migrants move from a poor to a less poor country, not a rich one. If there are to be immigration quotas at all, they should be based on how much the host country has ruined other countries. Britain should have quotas for Indians and Nigerians, France for Haitians and Algerians, Belgium for very large numbers of Congolese. The Dominican Republic, where the US propped up the homicidal dictator Trujillo for 3 decades, should be high on the American preference list. So should Iraq, upon which we imposed a war that resulted in 600,000 deaths. Justice now demands that we let in 600,000 Iraqis. For each death we caused there, someone should get a chance at a new life here. 12 million Africans were enslaved and dragged across the Atlantic by European powers. Should not 12 million people from Africa today be allowed to live in the countries enriched by the toil of their ancestors? Both will be better off. The African still suffering from what slavery has done to his country, and the host country that will again benefit from African labor, but this time without enormous pain and for a fair wage. Just as there's a carbon tax on polluting industries, there should be a migration tax on the nations who got rich while emitting greenhouse gases. The United States is responsible for 1/3 of the excess carbon in the atmosphere, even though we are only 4% of the world's population. Europe, another quarter. 100 million refugees fleeing hurricanes and droughts will have to be resettled by the end of the century. The US should take 1/3 and Europe another quarter. A huge bill would come to the West, but it is one it should look forward to paying. Without immigration, America's economic growth would have been 15% lower in recent years, Britain's 20% lower, Southern Europe's a full 30% lower. Immigrants are 14% of the American population, but we started a quarter of all new businesses. 40% of America's medical and life scientists, these are the ones who created the vaccines for COVID, are immigrants. Migrants are 3% of the world's population, but contribute 9% of its GDP. Immigrants are younger and work harder than the native born. Without our taxes, Social Security would be bankrupt since the wealthy nations aren't making enough babies to pay into the pension systems. The immigrant armada that is coming to our shores is actually a rescue fleet. There's no evidence for long-term economic damage to countries that accept immigrants, even in large numbers. During the age of mass migration in the 19th century, a quarter of Europe moved to the US, which then went on to replace Europe at the pinnacle of world wealth and power. World with more open borders would have a brief spasm of mass movement, and then migration might actually decrease because money and happiness would be more equitably spread around and more people would stay home. To avoid paying the migration tax, the rich countries would have to stop propping up dictators, stop starting savage and unnecessary wars, restrain their multinational corporations from ripping off the mineral wealth of poor countries, and make sure that global trade is more equitable. Or else, the migration bill from the devastated country would be prohibitive. What is good immigration policy for the US is separate from what is just and moral for the peoples whose destiny America, past and present, is affected. It might make economic sense for the US to let in more skilled Indians and fewer unskilled Latinos, but America owes its southern neighbors more. History is what has happened and can never unhappen. History is happening right now. Attention needs to be paid. So does the bill.
Hello again, it's Sav. Let's cut straight to our next Truths to Live By segment. Here we have a suggestive analogy to painting a wall from Jeanette the writer. Can we cue Truths to Live By number 3?
Hi, I'm Jeanette the writer, and I believe that if you can paint a wall, you can do anything. My dad taught me that painting a wall requires 3 things: go slow, work a section at a time, and never paint with a dry brush. In life, we have to remember that mastery takes time. We can't rush the process. We need to go slow and be methodical. We also need to remember to break down our monumental goals and tasks into actionable steps so that we can work just a little section at a time. And finally, we need to recognize when our brush is dry, when we need to go back for knowledge or inspiration or support before we can continue on creating and learning and growing. I truly believe that if you can paint a wall, you can do anything. Just remember to go slow, work a section at a time, and never paint with a dry brush.
Hi, welcome back, everybody. This is Meredith. I hope you enjoyed Amel Mathlouthi as much as I did. Again, brought to us by our partners at National Sawdust. They gave me a lot of artists to select from, and I chose her deliberately, and I chose this next artists deliberately as well. So we're about to hear from Ash Kusha and Yona. Ash Kusha is a polymath, a young Iranian artist who is now in exile in London, and he has created an auxiliary human. He is out to make singers obsolete. Let me, in fact, read you something that he wrote. My hypothesis is that singers will become redundant because this machine that he's made will be able to convey every range of the human voice. So what you're about to see is the artist Ash Kusha on one side and a pop singer named Yona, who is an auxiliary human. She's more than AI. She creates her own lyrics. So she's a little hard to understand. I guess she hasn't perfected her pitch yet, but it's really something to see. If you've come to Night of Philosophies over the past few years at Central Library, we always offer you an AI experience. So this is my way of marrying music to the AI experience that you're missing by not being able to join us for that segment. So this is Ashkusha and Yona, and I hope you enjoy it, or at least find it interesting. Greg?
Three fairies sat naked at sunset under the blue dome of sky. And who cried the fairies? And their tears were like rain from spring clouds. Their hair was as long as rope and as dark as night. It may have been even longer than rope, and it may have been even darker than night. Before them, upon the horizon, was a city of enslaved boys. Behind them, black and cold, three fairies sat, naked at sunset, under the blue dome of sky. And who cried the fairies? And their tears were like rain from spring clouds. Their hair was as long as rope, and as dark as night. It may have been even longer than rope, and it may have been even darker than night. Before them, upon the horizon, was a city of enslaved boys. Behind them, black and cold. You only sighed and depressed. You act like our world is empty. You act like our world is so short. You act like our world is nothing but pain. They were magical and they began to find love. They became old. They became tears. They became young. They became laughter. They became master and slave. They became fruit, they became singing, they became both hope and despair. They became that only. These magic tricks do not affect me. You act like our world is empty. You act like our world is so short. You act like our world is nothing but pain. You act like our world is empty. You act like our world is so short. You act like our world is nothing but pain. My heart has never felt this warm. I sense in every motion rapid changes in motion. Oblivious, I took charge. Oblivious, I took charge. Steps up the hill, echo in the breath, well in my heart, well in my heart, well in my heart, well in my heart. I've never felt warm. I've never felt warm. Through the lens, through your lens. Through the lens, through your lens. I felt warm. I feel again. 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 has never felt this warm. I sense in every motion rapid changes in motion. Oblivious, I took charge. Oblivious, I took charge. Steps up the hill, echo in the rattle. Go in my heart, go in my heart, go in my heart, go in my heart. I've never felt more. I've never felt more. Through the lens, through your lens. Through the lens, through your lens. I feel warm. I feel again. 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 My darling, magnolia, when it comes right down to it, and sadness comes the day of the party. I have your shadow, none of us are real, and you need to sleep, your sadness like a pill, and the fog rolls in, and you need to sleep, your sadness like a pill, and the fog rolls in. My darling, magnolia. I give my heart to you. I give it all. Give it all. Give it all. I give my heart to you. I give it all. Give it all. Give it all. I give my heart to you. I give it all. I give my heart to you. I give it all. Give it all. Give it all. I give my heart to you. I give it all. Give it all. Give it all. I give my heart to you. I give it all. Trapped in your shadow, I am not living. You are not the scissor, my darling. When it comes, count me in. Count me in, my darling. When it comes, count me in. My darling, count me in. When it comes, count me in, my darling. Count me in. When it comes, my heart to you. Count me in, my darling. Count me in. When it comes, give it all. I give my heart to you. I give it all. I give my heart to count you. I give it all. Give it all. Give it all. I give my heart to you. I give it all. Give it all. Give it all. I give my heart to you. I give it all. Last dream you again. When I look, I ask you to bring it back again. Color, 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 color. so you know how it feels. Shout it, so you know how it feels. Shout it, so you know how it feels. Shout it, so you know how it feels. Shout it. Shout it, so you know how it feels. 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 Shout it. Lost a dream again. Lost a dream again. What is this love you keep speaking of? What is my star in your sky? You make me wait at the dawn. So this moment flies, so it flies. If only love, if only love had a tongue to speak. If only love could speak. Hearts would open, hearts would bleed, hearts would open, hearts would bleed, hearts would open, hearts would bleed, hearts. Tell you the truth, I'm afraid of life. I know too much, but I'm too little. I know too much, but I'm too little. Gemini, Gemini, you're unreachable. Gemini, Gemini, you're inside me. Gemini, Gemini, you're unreachable. Gemini, Gemini, you're inside me. What is this love you keep speaking of? What is my star in your sky? You make me wait at the dawn. So this moment flies, so it flies. I don't know where to rest my head. I don't know who to turn to when I'm in grief. To the gods or to the thieves? To the gods or to the thieves? Are you a god or you're a thief? Are you a doll and I'm the pen? Live my life under your skin. Treat my wounds under your skin. I don't know where to rest my head. I don't know who to turn to when I'm in grief. To the gods or to the thieves? To the gods or to the thieves? Are you a god or you're a thief? Are you a doll and I'm the pen? Live my life under your skin. Treat my wounds under your skin. I don't know where to rest my head. I don't know who to turn to when I'm in grief. To the gods or to the thieves? 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 I don't know where to rest my head. I don't know who to turn to when I'm in grief. To the gods or to the thieves? To the gods or to the thieves? To the gods or to the thieves?
I'd like to set two scenes. The first is a strange scene. It's the scene in which Freud develops his concept. I'd like to set two scenes as a way of addressing America and the question of our future. The first is a strange scene. It's the scene in which Freud develops his concept of the death drive. World War I has taken place. He lost his daughter, Sophie, to the Spanish flu, and he begins to think about the American predicament. We all know Freud invents the death drive, in which he says there's something in humanity that goes beyond homeostasis. And in going beyond this, often goes into destructive and self-destructive forms. Something is required by civilization to bind and contain this energy that will always sort of exceed itself. He also tells a funny story that many people don't know about, where he speculates on the Ice Age, a time when we lived in catastrophe and hell on Earth. And he says that the first reaction to this situation was, of course, anxiety and bodily panic and the threat to one's life. The second was turning away from libidinal sexual life, meaning seeking to procreate with others for the future of the species, because it didn't seem a time in which we had a future. That meant that any striving towards connecting with others in a sensuous, libidinous way would become a threat and had to be defended against. And that, he said, would be the first forms of neurotic illness. The second response, when this kind of neurotic illness becomes untenable, is to reinvest that energy not in the other person, but in one's own mind as a kind of magical, lovely thing that's much better than the hell on earth that's going on out there. Freud then said that this investment in the self was the beginning of tyranny. So that's scene one. Scene two, which I want to talk about a little bit, is my work as a psychoanalyst in the hospital during the pandemic in the months of February, March, April, May. And what I witnessed there that I think speaks to some difficulties that we're going to face as a country, especially given that we are in a point of, I think, anxiety, bodily panic, and questions about our future and future generations, and whether we're going to turn towards tyranny or figure out what we can actually do with one another. In the hospital, I witnessed all kinds of wonderful things, from the heroic and selfless acts of doctors, nurses, and hospital staff, to the myriad forms of grief and connection between families and their loved ones who were dying and who I was facilitating communication with. Really appreciating the diverse ways that people grieve, from gathering together to praying to getting angry to fighting to refusing to breaking down to going cold to singing. And the fact that you have to let people do it in the way that they're going to do it, and really just support them in whatever way, shape, or form that it takes place. And I watched the hospital staff be touched by this and see it help them with all of the patients who were dying around us. I also witnessed terrible things. I witnessed a hospital in disarray, a small hospital without a huge amount of resources, which had to make decisions that were impossible because there wasn't any organized system. And this is something about America that works like this. It's very provincial, despite its, globalized presence. So you have to realize that we've created a system in which we don't give people the resources they need, and they have things that they have to figure out on their own. So what to do with the bodies, how to gather the knowledge on how to treat this virus that no one's treated before, where to get supplies, who to give those supplies to, what to do with the health of staff, what to do with the grieving of staff, what to do with the loss of staff in the face of so many patients are being lost on a daily level. There was really no way to think of how to handle this. I think there's a problem with patients. We treat patients like bodies that should be kept alive on tubes, through medication, with machines, and we forget about the dignity of human life and how to ask those questions and how to ask them on a case-by-case basis. I also saw mental health problems, as we call them now, which just seem like problems of subjectivity where people were anxious or people were becoming delirious and losing their minds as a result of both the situation they were in and the effects of the coronavirus on the brain or on the breath. And a system which had to choose with finding law and order or treating these people's palpable anxiety and psychological disintegration. Law and order was chosen, which meant that patients were often threatened, tied down, and over-medicated. This is, of course, in a pandemic, and I understand that, but these are decisions that we make more broadly in terms of mental health. I also witnessed the limits of knowledge. We didn't know how to treat this virus, and we jumped to conclusions about intubation and certain other invasive procedures because, one, there was no unified political response, and there was no unified kind of gathering of scientific knowledge as a global community. I mean, I know those things take time, but nevertheless, we didn't even understand the limits so that we could say that we don't know and maybe question what we were doing. One could say, I think, that it would be better to stay with bodily panic, with anxiety about the future, and with the question of what kinds of human connection are possible in situations where we're living amidst catastrophe and impending catastrophe, than to move in the direction of magical thinking and tyranny. As Freud said, that it would become the kind of respite for us in the face of catastrophe. I do hope that I don't know, this new presidency, this new government, and the ways in which it wants to take into consideration the diversity of human experience and human life in this country is going to stay with what that diversity has to say about where we are, as opposed to moving in the direction of tyranny, which we're still not out from under. So that's the scenes that I want to present to you as a psychoanalyst. Thank you.
American Democracy Colorized. In the immediate aftermath of the presidential election of 2016, I wrote an op-ed column in the New York Times, November 12, 2016, What Whiteness Means in the Trump Era. Let me quote a bit of that piece. Quote, the election of 2016 marks a turning point in white identity. Thanks to the success of Make America Great Again as a call for a return to the times when white people ruled, and thanks to the widespread analysis of voters' preferences, white identity became marked as a racial identity. From being individuals expressing individual preferences in life and politics, the Trump era stamps white Americans with race, white race. By elevating Steve Bannon of Breitbart News into its leadership and not vigorously forswearing white nationalist support, the Trump campaign enmeshed Make America Great Again with white nationalism. Mr. Trump's presidential campaign's tilt toward white nationalism disregards a snare that has entrapped white identity for decades. White nationalism scares many ordinary white people away from embracing whiteness, which white nationalism makes appear bigoted and terroristic. Given the people who emphasize their white racial identity, white nationalists, Nazis, Klansmen, and so forth, the white race is a spoiled identity, end quote. I wrote that in the immediate aftermath of the presidential election more than 4 years ago. Since then, there have been, most notably, the neo-Nazi march in Charlottesville in 2017, and in the presidential debate in early October 2020, Trump's order to the Proud Boys to stand back and stand by. That was some 3 months ago. Between October and now has come the presidential election, which Biden-Harris won convincingly in both popular and electoral votes. Shortly after the 2020 election, I published another op-ed in the New York Times, November 5th, 2020, entitled, "It Shouldn't Be This Close, but There's Good News Too. In the Long Line of Voters, I See Hope." We learned afterwards that the longest lines and the most trying waits occurred where voters were more likely to be Black and brown. But the people waited. The people voted. Coverage rightly highlighted the efforts of Black and brown voting rights organizations at the grassroots, in Georgia especially, Fair Fight, Georgia Stand Up, Georgia Coalition for the People's Agenda, Mi Gente, New Georgia Project, Black Lives Matter. After the election, though, Trump insisted he had won in a landslide that had been stolen from him by fraud. Georgia counted its votes 3 times, Wisconsin twice. Trump pursued his theory through some 60 lawsuits, including to the Supreme Court. He lost them all. Just who were the voters Trump was accusing of deceit? They were mostly Black voters in Georgia and in cities like Detroit and Philadelphia. Black voters who were exercising their democratic rights. In Georgia, in January, the people voted again in even larger numbers. They elected the Reverend Raphael Warnock and John Ossoff, a Black minister and a white Jewish filmmaker journalist. The coloredness of the successful election outcome came literally into clear focus when set beside photographs of the Trump rioters storming the Capitol the same day the Georgia results were announced. That very same day, a pro-Trump mob invaded the Capitol to forcibly overturn the election results. And that same day, 8 US senators and 139 representatives, all Republicans, pursued the course of sustaining Trump's rejection of the votes of several states. The demographics were not totally clear-cut, but the symbolism of the contrast between Americans dedicated to voting and those dedicated to overturning the results of voting was striking, particularly striking in Georgia. Georgia's multiracial cast of voters, organized notably by Black women, stood on the side of voting, of upholding the very foundation of American democracy. On the other side were Republicans repudiating the results of voting and an insurrectionist mob clamoring to overturn electoral votes by force. One side had enacted democracy, the other side enacted its repudiation. Over the course of one presidential term, Donald Trump and his party have managed to racialize the symbols, the imagery of American democracy. No longer simply the basic right of all American citizens, no matter their identity, democracy has now been colorized. Pro-democracy has been racialized Black and Democratic. Anti-democracy has been racialized white and Republican. to move us out of this pernicious polarization by race. Large numbers of Republicans are going to have to speak and act in the interest of supporting the voting rights of all American citizens, to support rather than undermine the right to vote.
Again, everyone, it's Ian Olasov. So we've reached the halfway point of the evening, and for the next 3 hours, things are going to have a slightly different structure. So each hour is going to be devoted to a particular philosophical theme, and we'll have philosophers speaking to the theme. We'll have Truths to Live By videos that viewers have submitted, and the panel will return to discuss the questions that you have put into the Q&A. I'm really pleased that Dr. Valeria Mota could kick off this hour. She's a professor of philosophy, or recent PhD from the University of Birmingham. She does really interesting work on the philosophy of emotion and the philosophy of solitude and loneliness in particular. So, Valeria, take it away. Whenever you're ready.
Okay, thank you. I couldn't start the video myself. Hopefully the rest of the talk will go well. Thank you to the organizers for inviting me, and thank you up there in the audience for being here in this very inspiring and open to all space from what I've seen. So I'm Valeria Mota, and I recently completed a 4-year research project on the experiences of loneliness and solitude. My research was funded by the European Research Council, and it was part of a bigger project led by Lisa Bortolotti and the University of Birmingham in the UK. So I'm especially interested in emotions and methods for researching human experience. So in my project, I include theory. As a philosopher, I include theory as well as empirical studies. And these come in the form of interviews that I conducted and analyzed. So I will share some of the results in here. The interesting thing about loneliness and solitude is that these are universal human experiences, but they are given shape and meaning according to the context. And what does it mean? Well, there are certain characteristics that are essential to all who experience loneliness, but there will be some distinctions between the loneliness experience in adolescence and the loneliness experience in the old age, for example. And within the group of young people or people of young age, the loneliness experience in the younger urban areas and the urban populations is different from the loneliness experience in the rural areas. So context is important. And when I was preparing this talk, I was wondering whether there was something in common to all of us attending this event from very different parts of the world. And it occurred to me that there is something common to all of us. And this is that we are experiencing a radical change in the way in which we socialize and connect with other human beings, and that this is modifying the experience that we have of the world. So let me see if I can share the screen. I have a presentation. Okay, can you all see it? Can I have a heads up that yes, people can see the presentation? I think yes. It says that I'm sharing, so I'm supposing I am sharing. Okay, so I think this, when I was looking for a quote to express the context in which we're all in, I found this very fascinating quote by Friedrich Nietzsche that appears in Das Volk Zarathustra. And he says, I think it captures very well the atmosphere that we're of the circumstances we're going through. It says there are thousand paths that have never yet been trodden, 1,000 helps and hidden isles of life. Even now, humanity and humanity's earth are unexhausted and undiscovered. Wake and listen, you solitaries. From the future come winds with secret winged beats, and good tidings are proclaimed to delicate ears. You that are lonely today, you that are withdrawing, you shall one day be the people. The earth shall yet become a site of recovery, and even now a new fragrance surrounds it, bringing salvation and new hope. This is quite powerful and interesting. Nietzsche here is appointing a big task, and it's not appointing it to anybody. It's appointing it to the solitary among us. And as you can see in different translations, we have different terms. As you can, in the quote, there is a mix of solitaries and lonely. So we don't know if the translator knew the difference, or if Nietzsche was thinking about this difference. But it's important that we make it here to see whether we can help future translations, but also because it's important so that we can characterize why the solitaries, why I believe that the solitaries are up for this task. So, okay, so solitude and loneliness are two different constructs, and they are related to being alone. However, being alone is not a necessary condition for solitude or loneliness, as one can experience solitude or feel lonely in the presence of others. Solitude has been regarded as healthy aloneness, while loneliness is sometimes described as pathological aloneness, for instance, when it is linked to depression. So due to its potentially harmful nature, loneliness has been the object of much psychological research, whereas solitude has been relatively neglected. And this is why it's so important that we're discussing it. So understanding the benefits of solitude is part of the same project as understanding the differences between the experience of solitude and the experience of loneliness. There's a positive balance that solitude have as opposed to loneliness, and we will see why. So the first characterization that we have of I will make this mistake, of solitude, that is a more general and that appears in a paper written by Long and Averill, which is a very interesting paper and I recommend it, is that solitude has been described as a state of relative social disengagement from immediate demands of other people, and usually characterized by decreased social inhibitions and increased freedom to choose mental and physical activities. And the research we have on solitude suggests that solitude is experienced positively because the freedom it affords facilitates things like creativity, reflection, and spirituality. Here is a very interesting quote by Susan Stenner that appeared in Psyche. She describes her experience of living alone in a cabin on a mountain in Colorado for 28 years. She's talking about the first 4 years. She's remarking on the freedom that she gained by moving away from the city. When she says, mostly I am still basking in the absolute silence, unobserved by others, answering only to the mountain and to myself. The freedom is absolute and it's exquisite. So from a philosophical perspective, there is a long-standing controversy concerning solitude and its desirability. Some, like David Hume, regard solitude as unpleasant and potentially dangerous because it deprives us from what would contribute to our ideas being debated and improved, while others, like Jean-Jacques Rousseau, see solitude as the refuge from which intellectual achievements can be pursued far from the demands of society and the vulgarity, that's very much his style, of crowds. Now, we know of other famous philosophers like Martin Heidegger, who had cabins, who retired and used the solitary space to produce their works. But solitude is not only embraced by philosophers. I found this very interesting article. Well, it's an article that appeared a couple of days ago, and here Pamela Anderson is also talking about how she's given in Instagram what is for the people at the Cut the world's strongest argument against Instagram. And if you read some parts of it, she says, "I'll never be." Now I'm settled into the life I'm genuinely inspired by, reading and being in nature. I am free. Thanks for the love. And then she adds, let's hope you find the strength and inspiration to follow your purpose and try not to be seduced by wasted time. So what is she expressing here? Similar things to what Susan Senner was expressing, the freedom she gained by disengaging from social demands. In a way, it's not the physicality of the social, and this is not a plea against the social media, I mean, at least not a plea against technology, otherwise we wouldn't be having this exchange, which I very much appreciate, but I think what we want to appreciate here is the similarities between what Pamela Anderson is saying and Susan Senner. And she's also adding something more, which is interesting and which is very much related to solitude. She's adding not just the freedom, but the search for authenticity and purpose. It's also enabled by solitude. So solitude has been linked, like I said, to freedom. And I also said it's also linked to creativity and to spirituality. Maybe we can go deeper into how this is beyond what people say or what people express. Let's see what are the mechanisms in each one of these benefits. So let's look at freedom first. So the distinction between positive and negative freedom is important here. Negative freedom is understood as freedom from constraints, whereas positive freedom is freedom to engage in desired activities. It obviously depends on the presence of resources that can be internal, such as education, or external, such as financial security. The idea is that the presence of others can either impose constraints on people or provide the necessary resources for people or agents to pursue their goals. In the paper that I mentioned before, Long and Averill offer several examples of studies indicating that having to coordinate with others can be experienced as a constraint. What you can see there is a very illustrative example. So this is a German photographer, Thomas Truth, who, and this is from his series Museum Pictures. So he went to museums and took pictures of people observing the different works of art. And what we can see there is that our experience, and the point here is that our experience of observing a painting in an art gallery changes when another person walks up. You become conscious not only of the painting you're observing, but of yourself as the viewer. Solitude can minimize these forms of intrusive self-consciousness by reducing the immediate demands of experiencing oneself as the object of another person's thoughts and actions. Also, other studies have shown that people have decreased self-awareness when they are alone. I thought I was the only one who had this problem when I was in a museum, but when I found this, I was very happy and relieved. I was not the only one. I don't know if any of you have had this experience. So, and this can happen in other places, not only in museums. So people may seek solitude to reduce the possibilities of experiencing themselves as the object of someone else's actions and thoughts, but they may also, so that's the solitude as negative freedom. but they may also choose to withdraw from social interactions or become immersed in nature to benefit from stillness, silence, and the space, gaining more autonomy and privacy. And also choose with respect their thoughts and actions. And this is what we can appreciate as can be appreciated as positive freedom within solitude. So an important thing we need to have in mind is that people, there are studies with people that report increased negative mood when they are alone. So, and what this means, according to Larson, is that to take advantage of the opportunities offered by solitude, a person must be able to turn a basically terrifying state into a productive one. And another thing is that freedom to engage in a particular activity requires more than just freedom from constraints. It requires the capacity to use solitude constructively. Okay, the second one, the second benefit of of solitude is creativity. Now, pop culture associates creativity with solitude. So we know the scientist in the laboratory, the painter in the studio, the writer in the cabin in the woods, like Susan Senner. Developing creative talents such as practicing musical instruments or writing poetry seems to rely on the capacity to be alone. And how so? What would be the mechanism? Well, people are highly we are used to living in highly structured environments. The places we inhabit and the people that we interact with reinforce our identities and our narratives. When environmental influences are altered or reduced, or this distance is created between the agent and the environment, our mental structures are affected as well. And this may allow different organization of thought. So the creativity can be facilitated by stimulating imaginative involvement in alternative realities. I hope I'm good with the time. Okay, so according to Long and Averill, this imaginative involvement in alternative, and something that can be facilitated by solitude is the imaginative involvement in alternative identities as well. And this is because it requires the structuring of certain modes of consciousness that involve a sense of time, an experience of self, and a form of socialities. And some of the cognitive characteristics associated with solitude, like limited sociality, limited intersubjectivity, and personal time perspective, offer opportunities for making this transition from the social worlds to the potentially creative worlds of scientific theorizing and fantasy. Another thing that's facilitated is self-attunement and self-reflection. So I think this was what maybe what Pamela Anderson was hinting at when she was saying that she now had the time to be who she wanted to be. So this can also be facilitated by solitude. I think I can leave here that part. And the last one is spirituality. That's of the benefits of solitude. So enhanced spirituality is one of the benefits that is most popularly associated with solitude. If you can see the person in the mountain, it's very intuitive that we need that time alone in order to develop our spirituality. So we have documented cases of religious mystics and prophets. They are famous, the cases of Buddha, of Muhammad, of Moses. Now, solitary meditation has been practiced not only individually, but also collectively by nuns and monks and devotees of numerous religions. And tribal cultures also include solitary quests for higher levels of consciousness into their adolescent rites of passage. What happens is that when we're experiencing the relative social freedom and lower inhibitions of solitude, people can focus on spiritual concerns, which is what we were saying. Solitude enhances their ability to contemplate their place in the universe and their thoughts and desires. And Taoists, as well as Christian hermits, value solitude because they believe it replaces the distorting pressures of society with the healing power of nature, which allows for insight, freedom, and creative self-transformation.
Hi, Valeria. I'm sorry. I don't want to cut you off, but we should wrap up. Yeah.
Okay, yes, I'm so glad. I'm just finishing. So in this quote, we see that the clarification of the author in the monk's vase depicts the belief that solitude facilitates not only spiritual insight, but also deeper knowledge of the self. So perhaps we can, perhaps as a way of wrapping up, if we now look back at the quote that we started with, it makes a little bit more sense. It is clarified why lonely should be replaced, the word lonely should be replaced by solitary. And well, I don't know. That's all, I suppose. That's my. Otherwise, I can continue forever.
That's fabulous. Thank you. Yeah, I don't think I'd thought about how disruptive and hurtful self-consciousness can be quite so much until I started being on Zoom all the time and then just like staring at my own face during conversations with other people. It's a strange phenomenon. So thank you so much, Valeria. We're going to return to our panel in a moment. But first, we have one more reel of Truths to Live By videos that were submitted by our audience. So, Greg, take it away.
Hi, my name is Kaylin, and after a series of less than ideal living situations in my early 20s, I have lived alone since 2017. In the years leading up to COVID, I evangelized my independent, roommate-free lifestyle, insisting it gave me full control over my space, and although I never said this, I felt it also gave me control over my life. However, the absolute isolation that's come with COVID proved that that control was an illusion. The boundaries set to create a happy environment when living with other people were never established with myself. Freedom from passive-aggressive roommate text threads also meant no roommate dinners, late-night talks, or forged community, all genuine pleasures, especially in a global pandemic. Roommates follow the pattern of a love affair. You take a chance on someone, share space with them, try to reach compromises, and either end things or move together to the next phase of life. There is a communion with every roommate. Even when situations are less than ideal, there's a story, and somewhere in that story is a lesson. While there is no external conflict in my apartment, there's also no opportunity for resolution. In the early months of the pandemic, I created an echo chamber of resentment and bitterness within and toward myself. There were no people around to talk me out of this mental cycle. In this dark period, I realized I needed to take this opportunity to become a better roommate toward myself. For the last several months, I have smiled at myself in the bathroom mirror and said good morning. I cook myself great meals and bake myself treats. I empathize, journal, and meditate. I treat myself the way I'd want a roommate to treat me. And though I'm still months of quarantine away from verbal conversations with myself, I have become my own friend in isolation and reached a communion with myself. No matter what comes next, this has been a gift.
Hi, my name is Mervedaya Yazjola, and this is my essay for A Night of Ideas. What is the meaning of life? Pandemic changed how we see connecting with other people and engaging with others via social media. Immigrating to 2 other countries previously, my life was both online and well, the real life. Now with this pandemic life we live in, we are in need of each other to spread positivity. While the world was adapting to the new normal life in which we witnessed so many griefs, I watch the world changing virtually. We need sincerity and a cause to engage with others and to feel human. As once having been an immigrant, being my choice to seek life I needed, it was rough for me to convey my experience. Now I see a whole new world standing with each other through hard times and fight against injustice. While we were at our lowest since March, I saw a new world yearning for peace. It just reminded me that there will always be something all humanity relates, and that is we all need equality, justice, and opportunities to survive. Seeing the philosophical question, what is the meaning of life, reminded me of these issues of being different from each other. We just come and go, billions of us, all different but the same, trying to survive on this earth while living with other creatures. I would love to teach people that we are all the same, regardless of how diverse we all are. We breathe the same air and fight for our lives. We all are and have been immigrants. That feeling of being isolated or yearning for something that's never present. Humanity is in need of a new cause, equality, and a chance to survive. And that has been my philosophy, to give hope of survival around me and raising awareness for refugees, as we all are the same regardless of our conflicts with each other. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jonathan Marks. I teach public health, ethics, law, and policy at Penn State University. I work to combat structural injustice, and I write about how systemic racism is exacerbating the devastating effects of the pandemic. But tonight, I want to share a more personal reflection. A few years ago, when I was on an international fellowship in Geneva, some friends asked me to go to the mountains for the afternoon. I said no because I had too much work to do. There's always more work to do, but I felt I hadn't done enough that day and I didn't deserve to go. So I stayed behind in my office, read a couple of articles, and tinkered with a sentence here or there in a draft book chapter. When my friends returned from the mountains, one of them told me about a member of the group who had been born and lived near the equator. His reactions to seeing, touching, and tasting snow for the first time were, they said, something to behold. Suddenly, I was overcome with a sense of regret, even loss. I grew up in Scotland, where it's unthinkable not to have experienced snow. I'd missed the chance to see something familiar anew through the eyes of a friend whose experiences had been so different from my own. Today in Pennsylvania, the place I now call home, as I watch the first flurries of snow in another pandemic winter, I'm struck by the utter silence of snowfall, how it still speaks to me, always speaks to me wordlessly. I understand too, for the first time, why in French there's a single word, toujours, that means both still and always. Every moment we're alive is an opportunity to see the world still and always for the first time.
Hi, my name is Kaylin, and after a series of less than ideal living situations.
All right. Joel, do we have Joel for a station ID here?
Oh, you're up, Ian.
Oh, if it's me, then it's me. Okay, great. Well, let's bring on this round of panelists. Ben and Andrea, do you want to join us?
Okay.
Great. There we go. Hi, Ben. How's it going?
That's pretty good, Ian. How are you?
I'm good. Hi, Andrea. Ben and Andrea, do you want to start by just introducing yourselves?
Sure. Hi, everyone. I'm Andrea Christel, founder of Sedona Philosophy, and we do philosophy in nature while we're walking on trails in beautiful Sedona, Arizona.
I'm Ben Burgess. I am a philosophy instructor at Georgia State University, Perimeter College, and I'm a columnist for Jacobin. I'm the host of a podcast called Give Them an Argument.
Great. So we've gotten a bunch of questions over the course of the live stream so far, and we could turn to some of those in a moment, but maybe before we do, I just wanted to ask if anything stood out to you, or if you had anything to respond to from either Valeria's talk or the videos that we just watched.
Yeah, I was struck by Valeria's talk, just the connections between solitude and nature, especially in the Nietzsche quote, but also in celebrities that are saying, they're leaving social media to spend time in nature, right? And to read and to engage in these more reflective spaces. And so I think that, so solitude, we often think of that with respect to other people, but I think that there's something about being in nature, and Valeria contrasted solitude with loneliness, but I think that when we're in nature, often we can be away from other people, but have a real sense of connectedness and belonging that can be as or more fulfilling when we have that sort of connection with other people.
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was an interesting talk. Something I kept thinking about was, she started out by mentioning, like, Hume and Rousseau, disagreeing about the value of solitude, and in Hume's case, right, he that was like one of the things he called the monkish virtues, which were the ones he didn't like, the celibacy and abstinence, and all that stuff. And and so of course that one of those last quotes from the monk about being alone, alone and realizing your sins, all that, like Hume would absolutely hate that. But I also wonder, like, how much is that, like, thinking about that historical debate, it's like, well, I don't know how much either of those guys really recognized, about the, like, just how psychologically different, different people are. I think that's something that actually having, psychology as a discipline, like, helps us probably have a richer understanding of, that, like, so because surely, like, a lot of these things, like all these things that were being listed off, spirituality and creativity, it's like, well, there are artists who are very stimulated, by being around people and being in cities and, and all that stuff, and think they couldn't do what they do without it. And there are clearly artists who benefit from going out and being in a cabin alone with the mountain. And, there are people who, there are people whose spiritual experiences are best found, in, like, really intense, I don't know if like Pentecostal religious services that are unimaginable without being around a crowd of people. And there are people whose spiritual, intensity is found, in by being, by, like, sitting on a mountaintop, by themselves. And it's a little trite, but I think it's true. It just depends.
Yeah. There are significant individual differences here. So we've gotten a bunch of questions so far. Just to pick one more or less at random, this was responding to a talk from Mona El-Tahawy a little while back, but it was a question about the compatibility of nation states and democracy, where Mona had, I think, said, well, what we need to do is eradicate borders if we really want to achieve a more democratic world. And this person said, well, aren't some forms of sort of better or more expansive democracy compatible with having the world divided up into countries? Do you have any thoughts about this, about whether democracy, or a better form of democracy than we currently have in the world right now, even, is compatible with the division of the world into nation states?
Well, I think that that's something that we're going to continue to have to think about. But I just, automatically thought of Rawls' move from, the theory of justice to, ending up with the law of peoples, right? And so just acknowledging the sort of global space that we're in now. And so, if we think about democracy or any sort of organized political system, I think of Hobbes automatically, right? What do you have without any kind of government? Well, life is, solitary, poor, nasty, brutish, and short, right? A war of all against all, right? We all give up some of our liberty to live in an organized civil society. And as much as I love nature, and I don't want to live in a state of nature, right? According to Hobbes. But I think, especially with like our security and where is our data being stored, and we can, have national regulation or legislation about that, but we really don't know where our data is being stored, how these things are being managed. So I think that increasingly we're living in a global society with this illusion of sort of national borders. And I think that physically that those things are in place, but I think so much of what affects us isn't within those physical boundaries. So I think that this is, one place where we're going to have to realize the limits of the history of philosophy and really acknowledge the contemporary world that we're living in right now.
Yeah, that's a good answer. I mean, I think it depends. I think there are for sure things that you need international institutions for. Obviously, some of the data stuff that Andrea just mentioned. Climate change is obvious. We could keep going. I'd also say that part of this just depends, on how those nation states are going to interact with each other if you have them. So something that I've thought about a lot, in the last few years, that in various ways from various directions, there have been all these concerns about foreign countries being involved in American elections, and I just keep thinking, well, okay, if the United States is going to be the world's reigning imperial hegemon, that we're going to have military bases in hundreds of countries, we're going to assert such complete dominance over the rest of the world that we literally, it sounds absurd to say out loud, but we send flying killer robots to assassinate people in countries that we're not at war with, some of which are technically US allies, and there's widespread bipartisan consensus about that apparently being okay. Under those circumstances, man, I have a hard time getting upset about anybody outside of the United States taking an interest in American internal politics. I think that Michael Walter's line about socialism, what touches all should be controlled by all, seems relevant there. If given the role the U.S. plays in the world right now, what we do touches everybody, and maybe that's true to some extent of any country, but I think a country in the sort of superpower position that we are, it's really true. And then to tie it back in with Andrea's reference to Rawls. I mean, if you sort of think about that question about who should decide American policy, and you imagine that behind the veil of ignorance, you don't know whether you're going to be born in the United States or you're going to be born in Pakistan, then it seems like what you come up with is that everybody should get a say in that. All of which is to say, I don't know that we necessarily need to completely get rid of nation state boundaries, but if we are going to have them, and that's going to be remotely justified, there needs to be, or justifiable, there needs to be some much better international order for stopping any given nation state from playing the sort of role that we currently do in the world.
Yeah, thank you. There's a lot more to say about this, but I think I'm going to hand it over to Meredith at this point. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ben Burgess, for getting our heart rates like really racing right now. But I'm going to take us back about 10 minutes ago when we were talking about solitude and what it means to be a hermit and what it means to be alone. And that is because I'm about to introduce Brooklyn Art Song Society, who has been with us as a presenter over the past 4 years here at the Night of Ideas. And we are going to dedicate their 20-minute concert to the leader of Franz Schubert, the first and best composer of art song. And speaking of solitude, speaking of hermits, speaking of the comfort of being alone and the terror of night, it's all in Franz Schubert's Lieder. And I will ask my colleague Greg to please cue up that video right now where Michael Brofman will give a far more eloquent introduction to this short program of Franz Schubert. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Mike Brofman. I'm the artistic director of the Brooklyn Art Song Society. I'm super excited to be here at the Night of Ideas, returning again. We've been here the last couple of years. This time it's a little different because we're virtual. Thanks so much to the Brooklyn Public Library for having us. Tonight, we wanted to share with you a couple snippets from our digital concert hall, where we've been putting up all our concerts while we can't convene live. This season, we focused on one composer, Franz Schubert, who is the first and greatest composer of art song. So we wanted to share some of these performances that we really thought sort of spoke to the moment. Schubert was a composer whose music often deals with loneliness and anxiety, and a lot of the emotions we're all probably feeling these days. The first offering we have for you is a song called Der Einsame, or The Hermit, which will be performed by baritone Jarrell Williams and myself.
Der Einsame is a song about a man in the woods enjoying nature and a conversation with a grasshopper.
It's just a song about a person and their thoughts and this sort of their inner world. And nothing really happens in the song except just the sort of quiet, lonely thoughts of this guy. And it's somehow fascinating and sort of wonderful. And I think one of the things that makes Schubert's great is he understood how people feel emotions, how people think, how our minds work.
And Schubert has a way of using the text to be a roadmap to tell the story. And I enjoy the subtle nuances of sound that happens in the woods. It's just a beautiful scene.
A lot of these night songs that Schubert wrote are about being alone, or more importantly, about being by oneself, which I think is a different thing from being alone, right? Being alone and being lonely is a certain emotional world, but being by oneself, sort of what it implies is your own mind, your own inner world is sort of keeping you company. And I think we've all had this experience of having to be alone, but also having to be by ourselves and find ways to look inward, to find, joy, to find meaning in really tough times. And I think that's something that we can take away from Schubert and this song in particular.
Ein trautes, stilles Stündchen bleibt man noch gern am Feuer wach. Man schied, wenn sich die losen dahergebracht. Was Liebes oder Leides sein Lauf für uns dahergebracht. Es geht noch einmal durch den Sinn, allein das Böse pfifft man hin. Es störe nicht die Nacht, es störe nicht die Nacht. Zu einem frohen Traume bereitet man gemacht sich zu. Wann wurde Lust ein holdes Bild mit sanfter Lust die Seele fühlt, ergibt man sich der Ruhe, ergibt man sich der Ruhe. Ich will gefahren in meine stillen Ländlichkeit, durch in der starren, lauten Welt, das irre, hellgewählte Welt. Gib nicht Zufriedenheit, gib nicht Zufriedenheit. Zieht immer lieber Heimchen in meine Klause eng und klein. Zieht immer lieber Heimchen in meine Klause eng und klein. Ich duld euch gern, ihr stört mich nicht. Wenn euer Lied das Schweigen bricht, bin ich nicht ganz allein, bin ich nicht ganz allein. Wenn euer Lied das Schweigen bricht, bin ich nicht ganz allein, bin ich nicht ganz allein, bin ich nicht ganz allein.
This next song is from our opening night concert, a performance of the song cycle Die Schöne Müllerin. This song is from the first quarter of the cycle, Feierabend, or in the evening time. Just, you know, Schubert's songs always have this dichotomy between the sort of chaos of the world and our sort of inner being. And I think that's really captured in this really kind of magical song. It is performed by Tyler Duncan, baritone, and pianist Erica Switzer.
Hätte ich 1000 Arme zu rühren, könnte ich brausend die Räder führen, könnte ich fliehen durch alle Haine, könnte ich drehen alle Steine, dass die schöne Müllerin merkte meinen treuen Sinn, dass die schöne Müllerin merkte meinen treuen Sinn. Ach, wie ist mein Arm so schwach, was ich hebe, was ich trage, was ich schneide, was ich schlage, jede Klappe tut mir's nach, jede Klappe tut mir's nach. Und da sitz ich in der großen Runde, in der stillen, kühlen Feierstunde. Und der Meister sagt zu allen, Euer Werk hat mir gefallen, euer Werk hat mir gefallen. Und das liebe Mädchen sagt allen eine gute Nacht, allen eine gute Nacht. Hätt ich 1000 Arme zu rühren, könnt ich Braus in die Räder führen, könnt ich wehen durch alle Haine, könnt ich drehen alle Steine, dass die schöne Möllerin merkte meinen treuen Sinn, dass die schöne Möllerin merkte meinen treuen Sinn, dass die schöne Möllerin merkte meinen treuen Sinn.
The next song you're going to hear is called Die junge Nun, or The Young Nun. Schubert is really masterful at what we call text painting, right? He takes a sort of the image that's being said in the poetry and he represents it in music. So you'll hear the whole time in the piano part, a sort of tremolo effect going sort of back and forth between notes. And it sort of has a duality to it, right? It represents, on one hand, the sort of raging storm that's being described in the poetry, but it also describes the sort of inner turmoil of this character who's sort of having an existential crisis. This performance is mezzo-soprano Sarah Kraft Nelson and pianist Nana Shi.
Oh
Before our last song, I just want to let you know that all these concerts that you're seeing are still available on our digital concert hall. You can check it out by going to www.brooklynartsongsociety.org. The last song on our little program is Die Erlkenish, or the Earl King. This is sort of a kind of a horror song where a young boy is riding with his father, galloping through the night on a horse, and this sort of devil creature, the Earl King, is going to snatch him away. And the way it works is every time the sort of music repeats itself, it's one notch higher. It's like a turn of the screw feeling. It's really cool. And it's just a good old fashioned kind of barn burner of a song. This is being performed by baritone Mario Diaz-Moresco and Spencer Meyer on piano.
Meine Tüchter führen den nächtlichen Rhein. Sie wiegen und tanzen und singen dich ein. Und wiegen und tanzen und singen dich ein. Mein Vater, und siehst du nicht da? bist du nicht willig, so brauch ich Gewalt. Mein Vater, jetzt fasst mich an. Herr König, hat mir dein Leid getan. Dem Vater Lausitz reitet geschwind, hält in Armen das ächzende Kind. Erreicht den Hof mit Mühe und Not. In seinen Armen das Kind war tot.
Oh, we're back. Hi. So, hi, Mike Brofman. Hi, I'm Ian Olasov. We are kicking off the 10 o'clock hour. This hour is devoted to the theme of setbacks. And joining us for the beginning to set up the discussion is Vanessa Wills, who's a professor of philosophy at the George Washington University. Vanessa, take it away.
Hi, thank you for having me on. Thank you for everyone for joining us tonight. My theme is setbacks, and I want to talk about different kinds of setbacks. Specifically, I want to think about social and political setbacks, setbacks that seem to affect perhaps all Americans or everyone around the world or a whole community, and individual setbacks, setbacks that occur for us in our personal lives with the projects that we might take up as specific individuals. So the notion of a setback, I'm put immediately in mind of the question of history and the notion of historical development, and the way that we tend to think of history as something that has a kind of forward propulsion, right? That history is moving forward, that we are on a kind of trajectory from the past, right? Whether that past is imagined as being a glorious past in some way, or a rather dark past. We think of moments following one another in succession and moving towards something in front of us. Now that might seem sort of obvious to many of us, but actually it's common sense is, might not get this exactly right. There's questions in philosophy of time where philosophers ask themselves, does time actually pass, right? I think it does, but the notion of a setback, I think, raises some questions about how we think about time, how we think about the succession of events, how we think about historical development, and how we think about the sort of forces that might move forward the various trends that we observe unfolding throughout history. In American history, there's many examples of setbacks or things that we could think of in this view. One of the most significant setbacks in the political life of the United States occurs just after the abolition of slavery. We have immediately after that period a kind of great flourishing of democracy. So of course we have the liberation of people who have been enslaved, who are now able to exist in fuller possession of their civil rights, in a position to enjoy more of their human rights, have all kinds of abilities to participate in public life that didn't exist before. And in the years following the abolition of slavery in the American South, we see we see leaps forward for formerly enslaved African people that reaches certain kinds of levels of civic involvement and freedom that end up getting reversed and that we don't see again for quite some time until the civil rights movement. So for example, when we think about the time in American history when we had the most Black people who had been elected to public office, those numbers, one of the highest points is directly after the abolition of slavery. So what happens, right? What happens after that to then bring us this period of Jim Crow that requires another kind of Black liberation, rise in Black liberation struggle? And that is a lesser known period called redemption. And in the American South, redemption was a kind of program largely of former slave-owning people, affluent whites in the American South, who wanted to redeem the system of slavery, right? And move back to a system that would more closely approximate the kinds of conditions that existed during the period of chattel slavery in the United States. And so we see during that period a rise in white terror aimed both at Blacks and in many cases also at poor whites who shared certain kinds of interests with formerly enslaved Blacks. We see laws that institute the racial separation of Blacks and whites, that make certain kinds of gatherings and associations illegal. And we see the implementation of laws that remove various civil rights from Black people, most notably the right to, well, notably anyway, the right to vote, right? Certainly quite notably. So how do we conceive of this, right? We have a series of events that follow one another in order, right? And so in that sense, there's a kind of formal forward movement happening here. But in terms of the social import of these events and the political meaning of these events, we see that the content of history is often filled with what looks like moments of forward, at least if we think of ourselves as being engaged in a project of human liberation, and then moments of reversals, right, and moving backwards, and what we might think of as a setback, right? So we can talk about this in the way that I have so far. One way to think about this is as periods of progress and reaction, right? Now, I've just told that story, obviously, in a way that brings in a lot of normative heavy lifting, right? And in the time that I have for this presentation, I'm going to go ahead and just take it as a given that more freedom for human beings, especially when we're talking about the deprival, talking about depriving human beings of things that allow them to function in a basic, minimally decent way in a democratic society is a good thing, right? And things that move us towards that goal, we should think of as progress, right? And things that move us away from that goal as regress or setback or a kind of reaction, right, against progressive moments and progressive movements. Now, how do you know, right, whether what you're experiencing is a temporary setback or if your cause is doomed, right? And in fact, what looked like progress was always just temporary and illusory, right? And was always fated to end in a return to the conditions of the past. Well, you probably don't. And so the question, often you only know when looking back later on down the line in retrospect. But of course, these are also not questions that can be addressed purely in contemplation. They're the sort of things that have to be worked out in practice through our attempts to reverse the reversals, right? To move past the setbacks, to make out of the setbacks temporary reversals rather than fatalistic deaths, right, of our liberation dreams. All of that is the kind of thing that has to be worked out. We have to make it the case that what we're looking at is a temporary setback. So that's one example of a kind of setback that has done a great deal to structure life in the United States. Although this period of redemption, of so-called redemption, is much less well known, it in fact sets the stage for everything that comes after it. When we talk now about the rise of the criminal justice system and of the war on drugs and of the war on terror and of mass incarceration, we are living in a kind of long period of redemption, right? Of so-called redemption and reaction against the struggle for freedom, right? And for racial equality. Right, currently, right, very currently. So I'm speaking to you from Washington, D.C., where we've recently experienced a kind of version, right, of this progress and reversals, right, these setbacks. So in the spring, we saw here and elsewhere around the country and around the world a huge uptick in Black Lives Matter activism, right? Making massive shifts in public consciousness around racial equality, and in particular around the criminal justice system and the use of the police to enforce an unjust and racist order, right? And so we've seen this massive kind of uprising of street activism, theorizing, and recalling, right, the movements of the civil rights movement and of course of the Black radical tradition and Black liberation struggle writ large, right? And we've seen a reaction. We've seen a reaction in terms of the lockdown protests, and in particular with the so-called Stop the Steal movement, which manifested in spectacular fashion on January 6th. And what is one of the main complaints of the Stop the Steal movement or of the lockdown protests that then morphed into this Stop the Steal movement? And it is illegal votes, right? In other words, taking up the very same kinds of reactionary politics of this redemption period, which sought to undo, right, the liberation of Black people and their involvement in civic community. So I think what we've seen, right, so not only does this represent, of course, a return to the past, but I think we actually are seeing a kind of setback now politically. Many of the lessons of Black Lives Matter in the spring, especially regarding the essential character of the police in the United States, that police and policing cannot be used to keep people safe on a mass scale. Vulnerable communities will remain vulnerable or be made more vulnerable precisely by policing. I think many of those lessons are already beginning to fade from view for us as we imagine how do we respond to the threat of the coup plotters, right, attacking the Capitol. And there's a question of whether we're willing to stick with a Black liberation politics that attempts to ground itself, right, in understanding what conditions are going to allow people to be free, right? Or are we going to really retreat from those lessons and use this as an opportunity to rehabilitate a system in the United States that we know, in fact, actually plays an important role, right, in training and generating many of the specific people that were involved, right, in this attack on the Capitol. So I want to move into, let's talk about setbacks on a large scale. And I want to spend the last few minutes talking more about individual setbacks or even setbacks in the home space on a more kind of small scale, right? And especially how we've experienced the setbacks that the pandemic has brought to us, right? One of the things that is difficult about assessing setbacks, thinking about setbacks, identifying whether what you're experiencing is in fact a setback or not, is that sometimes we find ourselves worrying about setbacks according to a timetable that might no longer be relevant. And there's times when we want to pause, right, and really be, instead of worrying so much about setbacks in terms of, am I making enough money this year, right? There's a certain amount of money that we need in order to live, right? But then we have the kinds of, many of the people promoting the Stop the Steal movement, right, are saying, well, my business, I'm not able to become more affluent. I'm already affluent. I can't become more affluent because I'm not able to force my workers into the workplace, right? There's a kind of commitment to these models and systems that might belong to a way of seeing the world and a way of ordering our lives and a way of assigning value that in this moment we have an opportunity to reject, right? And to try to develop something new and to think about a new way of measuring our progress, right? And a new way of measuring what kinds of advances we're making. So I'm going to close there. Essentially, I want to think about the ways that setbacks can also create opportunities to reflect and to think about what it is that we're up to individually and on a social scale. But also think, concretely about the ways in which some things objectively just are moves backward from where we want to be going. And then the question is, how do we theorize those moments and how do we set ourselves back on a forward path, right, toward developing the conditions in which we can flourish. So thank you so much for having me.
So much. Here, I'm trying to figure out how to. Oh wait, I think I'm good. Okay, yeah, that's really interesting. When we decided that the theme for this hour was going to be setbacks, I assumed this would be the hour for downers, but like, not quite, right? To characterize an event as a setback is sort of projects a certain future for that event, rather than describing it as the moment when doom was spelled out for some
it's all
political
over.
project. Yeah. Great. So we're going to play another round of Truths to Live By videos, and then we will bring our panel back on. Vanessa, again, thank you so much. I appreciate it. And Greg, take it away. You got the video here.
Hi, I'm Amanda Bermudez. Having lost people during this time, as a lot of us have, I've come to believe that making peace with death is a political dynamic. It's acknowledgement, dissent, and complicity in humanity all rolled into one. At this time, we're learning together to be hopeful and elegiac at the same time. We're arriving individually and collectively at what it means to mourn and look forward at once.
Hi, I'm Jay Dadema, and this is my philosophy of peace. Peace is in short supply. Peace lilies, however, are a common houseplant. I had a small one in my office window and is impervious to my misrule. The leaves were yellow, but moving it to a less sunny location caused it to bloom again. Flush with my success, I brought home a large peace lily on a stand, admired its 2 large flowers, and promptly watered it to death. I moved it outside, which revived it, and then brought it back indoors under the parlor window facing south. I read that chlorinated water made the leaves turn yellow, so I used purified water. That worked. Then I pruned away the dead leaves and the brown flowers all the way to the root. The leaves are large, so it felt abrasive, rude even. The peace lily is supposed to clean the air of toxins, something we all need a bit more of now. My tenants celebrated Purim on March 8th, with 18 guests on a day when coronavirus was in the news, making everyone tense. By Friday, they went to another state to live for the duration, hoping to return when it felt safe. I was frustrated, but I understood their desire to have people close, even if it conflicted with the need to stop spreading the virus. That afternoon, we went to see Medea with Rose Byrne and Bobby Carnival, my last play or trip on public transport for the duration. In April, the nursing home 3 blocks from us was on the front page of the New York Times as an example of all that had gone wrong with the virus and protecting the old. In June, the police attacked protests by the peaceful, preceded by looting in Manhattan, the chaos in Brooklyn, more worthy protests, political despair, visible poverty, unrelenting unrest, and that's just the first half of 2020. I read that the peace lily is responsive. It will tell you when it needs to be watered. When the leaves droop, give it some water, not too much, because standing water damages the root system. The leaves started to point straight up. I put it in a corner under a large hanging fern, which looks like Sideshow Bob from The Simpsons, next to an amaryllis which flowered over Christmas, the real star of the holiday. Anyway, the greenery have a little scrum going, and I swear it's the reason that the peace lily decided to reflower. I read that since the peace lily is a tropical plant, it likes to be misted on the leaves. I got a large volume sprayer, and after my morning coffee, I like to give it the what for. One morning, not long after the protests had been replaced with nightly illegal fireworks, I noticed a new white lily flower poking up from under a large leaf. I continued with the weekly chlorine-free watering and daily misting, and now I have 4 flowers from a plant I've given up for dead.
Hi everyone, my name is Catherine Chahada and I live in Miami, Florida. I wanted to share with you a poem that I wrote about my personal philosophy, which is about acceptance and moving forward through especially difficult times. It happened. A mantra, a personal savior, the evergreen air freshener dangling from the mirror. It happened. A compass, a spiritual guru, the curiously strong candy at the bottom of my purse. It happened. A beacon, a rational prophet, the reincarnate reminder calling out from my iPhone. Thank you.
I'm Amanda Bermudez.
Great. That is that
Having
video.
lost people
I'm
during
going to ask Barry Lamb and Ben Burgess to join us. So, hi, Barry. Hi, Ben again. Barry, do you want to take a second to just introduce yourself? Let the people know who you are.
Sure. I'm Barry Lamb. I'm an associate professor of philosophy at Vassar College, and I produce and host Slate's Hi-Fi Nation podcast, which is a seasonal podcast about philosophy and journalism and all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, easily the best public philosophy podcast, I think. I like it. So there are a lot of themes we could pick up on from Vanessa's talk and from the videos that we just watched. Maybe I mean, just watching the videos just now, this occurred to me, Barry. You've written about the power of doing philosophy in like narrative form, or like drawing on stories in doing philosophy. So when we solicited these statements of people's personal philosophies, or the philosophical truths or questions that people sort of held most dear, a lot of people submitted stories or like verse, so like one question which occurs to me is just like, why is that? Like, what is it about narrative, or what is it about philosophy, or what is it about both that draws out this connection, or that would get people to respond to a philosophical prompt narratively?
Well, narratives are about things that are happening, and usually involve people and conflicts. And I think that a very good narrative has a conflict that opens up philosophical questions. Let me share something that is actually happening in my life right now. So for the past 2 months, I've been taking care of a pretty sick mother who was diagnosed with a brain tumor about 8 months ago, and had to undergo a lot of medical procedures and surgeries that didn't go well. And as a result of them not going well, she had to face a life that was very different in old age that she had anticipated, including the possibility of not being able to walk or think straight, or there was a time where she may have even had to have an arm amputated. Luckily that didn't happen. And there was a moment in all of this craziness where she actually sat down, and for the very first time in her life at age 71, asked me, so what do I do? Right at this point. And I said, what do you mean? What do you do? You kind of live through what you can live through. And if you have the remnants of a decent life, you keep living it. And she goes, well, what does that mean? What is a decent life? And she had never actually asked herself that question. She's an immigrant. She was a refugee of the Cultural Revolution. She had essentially spent the last 71 years of her life surviving. And in that process had occurred to her as an able-bodied person. And it hadn't occurred to her what constituted a decent enough life as a less able-bodied person in old age, that made her think about whether she wanted to continue pursuing a treatment, living on. That's an extreme example of the kind of conflict that arises in your story or your life story. But even the most minor of conflicts, I think, open up particular kinds of philosophical questions that only with reflection you might not answer them. But it gives you a kind of comfort in knowing that, as hard as it seems to get to the point where you're asking that question, a lot of people have tried to answer them. And some people make their living trying to answer them. And so that was a blessing of mine, to have gone through an education and have a career where I could sit down and, meaningfully try to answer her question of what constitutes a decent life.
Yeah. God, that's really difficult. I'm sorry, but this has been a theme that I think has come up in a couple of different places over the course of the night, that like philosophy is, if nothing else, is a source of like intimacy or connection with other people. And it sounds like this is it's strange, I guess, at this point, to like stumble on a new source of connection you know,
Yeah,
with
I
your own
think
mom now.
everybody's going through something like that, and it's not that as extreme, but everybody's dealing with loss right now. And even if you're not, even if you're amongst the very privileged, you're affected in quite tragic ways. I think that helps to open up a lot of questions.
Yeah. Yeah, Ben. So same question, wide open. I mean, there's anything from the videos or from Vanessa's talk that stood out to you that you want to respond to?
I don't know. I can't get what Barry just said out of my head. Yeah, which I mean, I certainly, you know, I mean, I certainly hear that. You know, I'm not going to. Yeah, not going to recite, you know, my own last year in that regard, you know, but it's not, you know, it's not as extreme as that, but there's certainly been loss, and I've certainly spent more time in the last year, you know, thinking about, you know, the inevitability of death, you know, than I probably have, you know, since I was a little kid, you know, first grappling with that, which I guess also, you know, goes to, you know, the very first thing in the talk, you know, which was about the you know, what Vanessa said at the beginning about the passage of time, you know, before she sort of got into the connection between that and political narratives, and you know, and I think that the you know, that's like obviously very bound up, you know, with that, you know, what Barry was talking about, you know, sort of trying to have a sense of what's a, you know, what's a good life, and you know, and how that connects with, you know, with knowing that it's limited and finite, you know, and I know, you know, that sense that, you know, the arrow of time, you know, only goes in that one direction, you know, and I'm certainly not going to pretend to have any amazing insight to, you know, to offer about it, but, you know, but it's certainly something that's been way more on my mind.
Yeah, I think there's one question, something that I've been thinking about in doing public philosophy over the last, Jesus Christ, over the last year at this point has been, you know, well, what sorts of, you know, what value does philosophy have to add? What sorts of points of contact are there to make between the sort of toolkit that you get from philosophy and the distinctively sort of weird or awful experiences that people are going through right now? And one thing that I've thought about a little bit inconclusively is our relationship to time. I think people have, you know, there are all these jokes that, you know, oh, we're on, you know, day, you know, 280 of, you know, March 2020 or whatever, but that time in some ways seems to not have moved on. In other ways, you know, this has been a year when decades have happened politically in a lot of respects. I mean, I don't know what there is to say about this philosophically, other than to say that clearly our perception of time is somehow relative to some way of thinking about an objective duration. You know, you have some, you know, we don't perceive objective durations of time in some sense. We perceive, we evaluate lengths in terms of sort of descriptions of those objective durations. This was, you know, when I think that this time last year, you know, Bernie Sanders was winning the presidential primary or something, that feels like it was about 52 years ago. But when I think of like the vacation that I took in San Francisco, for some reason that doesn't seem so long ago, even though it was at exactly the same time. So
yeah.
One question which we got in the chat over the course of the night, which I thought was really interesting and which I think you both have some experience with, is about how to foster philosophical conversations in everyday life. I think sometimes people say that we live here in the United States in a distinctively unphilosophical culture, or in an anti-intellectual culture. There's some truth to that. But clearly people are hungry for this sort of thing. You know, 8,000 people come out to the Night of Philosophy every year. You know, people want to show up to.
Oh, I see. Ian has frozen, and I would imagine that.
It's talking about passage of time. Awesome.
Yeah, we may have to take over, Ben.
Fair enough.
Well, Well, I would encourage participants to ask questions in
Hi,
the
this
Q&A.
is Meredith Walter
Yeah.
from Brooklyn Public Library.
Hi,
Hello.
Meredith.
Hi there. So I'm not sure what happened, but I think that it's time for us to possibly transition over to the next round of concerts.
Okay.
Yeah, so and we can come back to you. We're just having a minor technical difficulties. I'm somebody who likes structure, so I'm looking at the structure that we have set up. So I'm going to ask my colleague Sam to please cue up the Amel Mathlouthi concert, if you have it. Right, so we have it. So
Hi, I'm Amanda Bermudez. Having lost people
gonna
during
mute.
this time.
I'm going to start. So usually I never perform acoustically.
It's acknowledgement of
And
dissent
actually, this
complicity.
reminds me.
So I'm going to ask my colleague to mute Amanda Bermudez and pull back the beginning of the Amel
at once.
Mathlouthi. So we're going to, yep, he's gone.
Hi, I'm Jay Adama, and this is my philosophy
All
of
right,
peace.
that's okay.
Peace
So
is in short supply.
looking at
Peace
plan-
lilies, however, are
It's okay. So we're going to transition over to the next round of concerts from our partner, National Sawdust. My name is Meredith Walters. I'm one of your co-hosts along with Joel Whitman.
I'm going to start. So usually I never perform acoustically.
You can go ahead and just start the audio on Amel. We're having some technical difficulties. We'll get it straightened out right away. We're having a transition of faculty right now. Amel Mathlouthi is one of the artists who were brought to us by National.
I'm going to start. So usually I never perform acoustically. And actually, this reminds me of when I just started writing songs and my early performances. So I'm actually enjoying not having all the usual electronics. And I miss my band, but this is also interesting. And to also explore and try to find an interesting sound with the acoustic guitar and with just the possibilities of acoustics. So the first song I'm going to perform is Min Ruh, which means from the soul. It's a song that's from my recent album, Everywhere We Looked Was Burning. It's a song that I've written over 3 years ago. And it's a song that's very important for me because I feel it kind of brought like a prophecy where the song describes billions of people running from a plague that's brought by capitalism, and where also nature becomes like a beast that's running after us for revenge. So this is kind of the song of the apocalypse. Min Ruh. من روح الهايمة مربوع الخالية شالت وحارت وحطت عن نفس الساكنة سالت عالفجر مالت عالزهر فتحت أوراق فيهم الماضي من روح
كشفت أسرار فيهم حياتنا من روحي لحافية والريح الحاتية افتكرنا ونسينا دارت الأيام الزاهية سكتت الأطيار غابت الأنوار عادت الأفكار عادت الأفكار الحالكة تحت الأمطار بدت الغيوم يقعد في الواد كان حيرته كان حيرته كان حيرته
Okay. So the next song is a song that's from my last album. It is called في كل يوم, which means every day. And it's a song that I wrote for a friend who was going through a difficult time. And it just made me think at the same time that the situation was kind of sad and a little bit dramatic. But at the same time, somehow I saw this glimpse of hope and this beautiful ray of light. So the song is just about that ray of light that exists despite the hatred, despite the violence, despite all the massacres, despite all the bad in the world. There's always a new tomorrow, and there's always a new sun that shines on us. So we have the possibility to make things better, and we have the possibility to become better. So في كل يوم.
روح في كهف الحياة في كهف الحياة في كهف الحياة في كل يوم في كل يوم هذا واقع العيش هذا واقع العيش فلماذا نسير فلماذا نسير أليس المر محتوما أليس المر محتوما في كل يوم تكشف الحياة سرعا وتهدينا نورا يخرق الغيوم يخرق الغيوم في كل يوم في كل يوم تشرق الشمس شمس
I hope you're enjoying these songs. The next song is from my first album. So I have 3 albums. The first one was released in 2012, and it was an album that I have written between 2004 and 2009 during the years of dictatorship in Tunisia. So these songs are how I saw things through my eyes as a student, as a rebel, as a humane Tunisian. And it was very important for me to document and to try to make a change through music and poetry. And This lyric is from a rapper, a Tunisian rapper, Farid El-Mesni, and he was the first one to speak up this clearly and this graphically about the dictatorship and the oppression and the torture in the prisons. And this song is about all of that and about the necessity and it's a call to speak up. It's called Libertà, which means freedom. And it's also a song about the pen and the paper as the strongest weapons against all kinds of oppression.
Libertà.
I'm Ian Olasov, and this is Gus. I would like to introduce our speaker for the final hour of the program. This hour, the theme for the hour is emergence. I'm really, really glad that Kaylin O'Connor, is a professor of philosophy at UC Irvine, could be here to join us. She has done work which bears on the theme of emergence. So you'll hear all about that now. Kaylin, take it away. Thank you so much.
Okay, thanks. Well, I'm really delighted to be speaking at such a neat event. As Ian mentioned, it says my screen sharing is disabled. So maybe if someone could enable me to share slides.
Meredith, can you make her co-host? We'll take care of that shortly. If you want to set up the slides, it'll be ready in a moment.
Okay. Yeah, so as Ian mentioned, I was asked to speak on emergence today. So I'm going to give a talk called Emergence, Belief, and Hydroxychloroquine. So a lot of the work I do is on misinformation, and this talk is going to be drawing on some of that work. It looks like I'm host now. Let's see. There we go. All right, good. So yeah, to give a little background, in 2019 with the philosopher of physics, James Weatherall, I wrote this book called The Misinformation Age. And what we do in there is use historical cases, and we also use mathematical models and simulations to study the propagation and spread of false belief. And we look at what are called network models. So these are computer simulations that represent groups of people and the social ties between them. And then we use these simulations to try to understand more about how beliefs can spread through these social ties. And we study a lot of factors in this book, both what you might call endogenous and exogenous drivers of false belief and polarization. So things that have to do with human psychology, like who do we trust, our tendency to hang out with those like us or homophily, our tendencies towards conformity. And then we also look at what you might call exogenous factors like propaganda coming from industry or political groups and media practices. So this talk is going to focus on misinformation or false beliefs during the COVID-19 pandemic in particular, if the hydroxychloroquine didn't give it away. During the pandemic, for obvious reasons, we've been interested in what sorts of misinformation are spreading on social media. And a lot of what we've seen has followed some of the usual patterns for this sort of stuff. So there's been lots of misinformation. So this is usually understood as content that's readily refuted at the time of production. So content that at least some people know is false or misleading. It often involves things like unfounded rumors, speculation, conspiracy theories. Often it starts with errors, someone misunderstanding something or not realizing that they have a false belief. And then these get propagated socially. So sort of one person shares it with another person who shares it with another person, so on and so forth. So that's been happening. And there's also been lots of disinformation. So this is usually understood as content that's intentionally designed to mislead or manipulate, that people are making to give other people false beliefs or mistaken impressions. So sometimes disinformation is intended to somehow control public belief to get people to believe something. Sometimes it's more just to throw a wrench in the gears, so maybe to create polarization or to stop a democracy from being able to effectively function. So I thought it would be fun to kind of start with some examples. So at the beginning of the pandemic, you might have seen this little bit of misinformation. It was spread quite widely on social media. There were a bunch of memes that claimed that if you could hold your breath for 10 seconds, you couldn't have coronavirus. This is, of course, false. Here's another example. So in Iran at the beginning of the pandemic, there were really widespread rumors that drinking alcohol could cure or prevent COVID, and they seem to have led people to drink unsafe alcohol. And it's been reported that people actually died as a result of this. In the US, this was a little less widespread, but there was misinformation claiming that maybe disinfectants could cure or prevent COVID, and some people actually drank them. There have been widespread conspiracy theories. Some people linked COVID to 5G cell phone towers, and people actually tried to burn down 5G cell phone towers as a result. There's been lots of disinformation. A lot of this takes the form of, some country trying to claim that a perceived rival of theirs was responsible for the pandemic, maybe that they purposely made COVID and released it. And along those lines, there have been enormous conspiracy videos claiming that COVID was shaped by humans. So all of that, fits into the kind of misinformation and disinformation buckets quite nicely.
Sorry, Keelan, I don't want to cut you off. I think you might be touching the mic on your computer. It's just like a little bit of a gray noise there.
Okay.
Sorry, do your thing.
All right. Good. So what I want to talk about for the rest of this short talk are some sorts of false belief and misinformation that don't really fit into these typical buckets. And in particular, I want to talk about false beliefs that emerge in this particular form at a society level because of the dynamics of human trust. So who do we decide to trust and not to trust? And these dynamics have been really relevant during the COVID-19 pandemic and help explain some of the weird false beliefs that we've seen emerge during the pandemic. So let's start with some recent history. In early 2020, this study out of China was published. It looked at a number of antiviral drugs and found that some of them seemed to inhibit the novel coronavirus in vitro, so in the lab outside the body. And these included remdesivir and also chloroquine, which was this older anti-malarial drug. Now, as the pandemic began to heat up, especially in the West, many doctors, on the basis of this study and their general knowledge and understanding of antivirals, started prescribing them, including hydroxychloroquine, which is a newer, safer version of chloroquine. So what this figure shows is in late March, early April, if we look across countries and ask physicians, are you prescribing hydroxychloroquine for COVID? A really significant number of them are saying yes across the world. Now, while this was happening, some other things were happening online. So on March 11th, 2020, a Twitter user living in China posted this tweet about chloroquine. Chloroquine will keep most people out of the hospital. The US hasn't learned about that yet. And he added this fellow, James Todaro, who's an MD and a blockchain investor. 2 days later, Todaro posted again about chloroquine and included a link to a Google document about the drugs used for COVID that he had compiled with this lawyer, Gregory Regano. Then a few days later, Elon Musk, the well-known eccentric billionaire, tweeted linking this document that they had put together and noting that it might be worthwhile looking at chloroquine, and then followed up saying maybe hydroxychloroquine, this newer version, is better. Then a few days after that, the Tucker Carlson show invited Regano, this lawyer, on to talk about hydroxychloroquine. And the then president of the United States, Donald Trump, started publicly saying that this was a promising looking drug for the treatment of COVID. Now, following this, especially these statements by Trump and his subsequent boosterism of the drug, a sort of curious thing happened, which is that hydroxychloroquine became this locus for disagreement and anger in the United States. And in particular, in the US, beliefs about hydroxychloroquine and how effective it might be for COVID became highly polarized. So on the left, you would find people who were very skeptical about the possible use of hydroxychloroquine, even though at the time many doctors were prescribing it and thought it was quite promising. It's since turned out probably not to have any benefits for COVID, but that wasn't known then. And then on the right, you had a lot of people treating it as a miracle cure and very critical of the left's resistance, even though there was no clear definitive evidence of its efficacy for COVID-19. All right, so I just described this situation as a situation with polarization. So what I mean by that is a situation where you have subgroups in a society who are holding stable, mutually exclusive beliefs, even in the face of debate and discussion. So it's not like talking about this was going to get the left and the right to agree about hydroxychloroquine's promise at this time, right? And notice in particular that this polarization happened down pre-existing political fault lines. So the same people in the US who would be likely to tell you that guns were dangerous would also be likely to scorn the use of hydroxychloroquine. The same people who might tell you that evolutionary theory is nonsense might also be likely to promote the use of hydroxychloroquine. So in other words, it became part of our existing belief factions. And by belief factions, I mean groups where you have actors who hold multiple shared polarized beliefs. And these usually are going to break along political lines. So my co-author, Jim Weatherall, and I got interested in this because on the face of it, there's just nothing conservative about thinking that hydroxychloroquine works and nothing liberal about thinking that it doesn't work. And so it's kind of weird that beliefs about this and then a whole set of other beliefs about COVID and its severity in general had become so polarized in the US. So if you look at previous authors, a lot of people have explained these kinds of belief factions by appealing to what we might call shared ideology. So the idea is that you have people who are committed to certain ideologies, sets of beliefs, and guiding principles. And these guiding principles make them more likely to hold other beliefs. And by dint of that, you get political camps that hold these kind of clustered, polarized beliefs. So George Lakoff, for example, in very influential work, claims that in the US, you have conservatives holding to what he calls a strict father model of government and liberals to a nurturant parent model of government. And he says the role of government, social programs, taxation, education, the environment, energy, gun control, abortion, the death penalty, and so on are ultimately not different issues, but manifestations of a single issue, strictness versus nurturance. So you might call this a sort of common cause explanation for belief factions. There's some kind of feature that people have. Maybe it's their ideology. Other people argue maybe it's genetics, that you have certain personality traits or whatever. But that common cause leads you to have these clusters of beliefs. So that's, a kind of typical explanation for how you get these factions. But as noted in this case, the weird thing is that there just isn't really any underlying ideological connection to this particular drug and whether it treats COVID and anything about conservatism or liberalism. And I think this is especially notable because to some degree, the drug remdesivir, this other antiviral, became almost like the liberal drug in the US for this brief period of time. So we have modeled this. Now, a lot of researchers have modeled polarization and the emergence of polarization in societies. These models usually include some feature of the following sort. Similarity of belief or opinion determines level of social influence between people. And there's a lot of ways to build that into a model. But once you do, you can get these feedback loops where you end up with separate groups that have different beliefs and opinions and who no longer influence each other because their beliefs and opinions are too far apart from each other. So in our work, we look at models that we specifically tune to scientific beliefs and scientific communities. So the kind of things we've been talking about. Does a particular drug treat a particular disease well? And we assume that agents or the individuals in our model use social markers like similarity across belief. Do you and I share beliefs with each other? To determine how much they trust information shared by others. So if you share information with me, I first ask, does this person hold the same beliefs as I do before I decide whether to take up that information and trust it? And then we ask, can belief factions just emerge endogenously as a result of such social trust? And in particular, can we get random beliefs glomming on to existing belief factions because of this social trust, where there's no particular reason why these beliefs ought to glom on to one faction or another? So here's a little illustration showing how our models work. So we have a network where the nodes in the network are representing individual people, and then the links or edges between them represent social ties. And in particular, these represent the kinds of social connections where people can communicate with each other. So they might share information or evidence or ideas with each other. And I'll represent here the introduction of a new idea or possibility or belief by overlaying blue circles. So we start our model on the assumption that there are already some camps of belief. People are already polarized on something. So we already have the yellows and the reds here, and they have different beliefs, and they tend not to trust each other as much as they trust those in their own group because they hold different beliefs. So suppose there's a new idea or belief, maybe some people randomly adopt it. So maybe some people heard of hydroxychloroquine on Twitter or wherever else and think, oh, maybe this really might work to treat COVID. So because people tend to influence each other and share ideas, they can start sharing evidence about this new belief to others in their network so that people connected to them might start picking up this belief. But remember, we have this trust dynamic where now some people are hearing that others they don't trust have adopted the belief. And in the meantime, people they trust have not. And what we find is that without representing any kind of ideological leanings, you can end up in these situations where one group has adopted the new belief and the other group hasn't. And it has entirely to do with who trusts who. It's the personal connections that matter to the emergence of this new kind of polarization. So here's a couple important takeaways from this model and our findings here. In cases like this, no one can be spreading real misinformation. You know, there was legitimate uncertainty about whether hydroxychloroquine worked or not. And some people were making statements that were way overconfident about it. You know, Donald Trump was saying, oh, it's really great when he didn't really have the evidence for that. But it's a situation where there's genuine scientific uncertainty. But you're nonetheless going to have people ending up misinformed because of this belief factionalization. So you're going to end up with an entire group of people who have false beliefs because they don't trust others in another group. In a case like this, we don't have to appeal to underlying ideology or any other common causes to explain these factions. Of course, those can still play a role in lots of cases, but you can just get random things polarizing for no particular ideological reason. Third, when polarizing figures like Donald Trump, but also like Joe Biden, promote specific scientific claims, especially without proper vetting, they run the risk of polarizing those claims. So just by dint of being a polarizing figure, if you weigh in on scientific beliefs, this can kind of cause problems because it can end up pushing some people away from those beliefs. And last, hydroxychloroquine just as easily could have been some other drug. It could have been remdesivir. It could have been some other belief. There's nothing in particular about that connected it up with, you know, the Republican Party in the US. it just emerged. And with that, I will say thank you.
So much. Thank you. This is I think it's really helpful to have like a sort of menu of possible explanations of like the sources of false belief on the table, and it's sort of like especially nice to have these emergent explanations which don't necessarily involve blame in any straightforward way. This is just incredibly helpful. Thanks. We are going to bring our panel back in a minute, but first I would like to play our last round of Truths to Live By videos, again, roughly on the theme of emergence. So Sam, do you want to cue up the next and final Truths to Live By?
Hello, everyone. My name is Dean Gessie, and I would suggest that moral leadership in the 21st century requires the following items: transparency, asceticism, civil disobedience, service to others, and a lack of respect for one's own well-being. Asceticism, or abstinence from the pursuit of worldly goods, should be the linchpin of our leadership template. No summer homes or cottages or rental properties, no fancy dinners with the Chamber of Commerce, no company car or credit card or expense account, and no fat investments with the incestuous banks. On to civil disobedience. In fact, it's almost impossible to triage civil disobedience and a reckless disregard for one's personal safety. Civil disobedience implies acceptance of the possibility of any indignity or harm to your person. If you care to defend the United Nations Declaration of Human Rights, you had better be prepared to suffer the loss of freedom, life, limb, or sanity. Finally, our moral leaders will lead radically transparent lives. We need to vaccinate against the scourges of secrecy, confidentiality, and privilege. No more in-camera, no more black sites, no more redacted or sealed documents. I say, rend the curtain. Let's make candor common currency. To summarize, moral leadership should no longer be an oxymoron. We need individuals willing to double down on service to human rights, junkie love for austerity, anti-establishmentarianism, and near-suicidal neglect of limb, life, or liberty. Such is the ethical universe we require in order to build our new city on the hill. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Kevin Chada, and this is my philosophy. The most pressing question of modern philosophy is how to start. We have been starting and restarting for all of human history. Truth, knowledge, being, justice are the fleeting foundations of our beginnings of inquiries. Thus, we are told, philosophy is about questions. And the masses grow tired of philosophers, though it's not even clear in what way they are different from the philosophers. Perhaps it is just those who enjoy new beginnings, starting, and starting fresh again. I will not offer a new beginning, but rather a very old one. The Buddha, where he began and where all beginnings must go to begin, impermanence. This is universally recognized. What has its start has its end, at least an idea, ashes to ashes, we might say. And this is what Kant would call a synthetic a priori truth, which we have solely because we set out to start. From here, the whole of our beginning and re-beginning can be grasped. The first noble truth the Buddha declared, life is suffering. By this we mean merely that experience, life, and all of what there is does not fulfill itself. And if we ask why, we already know. Because it began. We set this chain of impermanence and dissatisfaction into motion, being born, having perceptions, having desires. Yet though starting is necessary, and entails the idea of ending, restarting is not. And here we glimpse the way out. As for what we ought to do, this is the end, the final end. To look at this is to gaze into the mysterious nature of the start itself, and behold the very rocky foundations on which it is premised. It is the struggle of doing what is right. And this, surely, is not just a question for philosophers.
Hello, I'm Jaden, and I'd like to share some personal thoughts on the ethicality of current vaccine distribution methods. Vaccination is considered to be the most practical means to combat the spread of COVID-19, but as of now, only some are able to access it due to the vaccine's limited quantities. In distributing these limited quantities, many, including the CDC, have agreed that the vaccines should be provided first to those who are the most vulnerable to the pandemic, such as frontline healthcare workers and people with chronic medical conditions. However, the disparity in vaccination rates between wealthy countries and impoverished countries seems to tell a different story. It doesn't always seem that the de jure claim by governments on vaccine allocation is being practiced in a universal context. I believe that all humans are worthy of respect and possess human dignity, the grounds for most of our actions. In particular, I highly value our right to liberty and our ability to exercise our free will. But in hard times like these, our freedom is reasonably limited. However, if a person's will is completely determined by arbitrariness, such as the unanticipated pandemic, then the person is no more than a slave, instead of a human who has the right to liberty. As a result of unequal vaccine distribution among countries, nationality is hindering people's abilities to act as independent and autonomous beings. I believe that each individual, regardless to nationality or economic status, must have their right to freedom granted and not be slaves to others' economic incentives.
Phyllis Balkenlayer here. I believe the personal is always political and philosophical. Human beings filter their belief and value systems through their personal world. It is impossible not to do so. Art has the potential to take the observer away from their usual self-conscious frame of reference and illuminate the perspective so that they can see themselves in relationship to the world from a more holistic and universally inclusive point of view. My goal as an artist is to foster this potential and communicate the critical agency we must all employ to embrace the future.
Back on. Ben and Kieran, you want to join us over here?
Hi.
Hi, how's it going?
Good, good. Great to be here.
Yeah, great. Do you want to take a second to introduce yourself?
Sure, yeah. I'm Kieran Sethi. I teach philosophy at MIT. I work on ethics. I'm interested in everything related to ethics. I wrote a book called Midlife, a Philosophical Guide, which is about what's philosophically interesting about a midlife crisis. And like many people, I started a podcast during lockdown. So I have a podcast called 5 Questions, where I interview philosophers and ask them 5 questions about themselves.
Great. So we can turn to some of the questions that have, speaking of questions, that have come up in the Q&A. But first, so anything that stood out to you in Kaylin's talk that you wanted to respond to, or in the videos that we just watched?
Well, I thought Kaylin's talk was really fascinating, and I agreed with what you said, that it's important and valuable to have these non-ideological models of polarization and factionalization to sort of have an understanding of how this can happen without any particular malice being necessary, even if there is also malice, plenty of malice around. I mean, I guess the 2 questions I sort of came to mind that I would really love to think more about. One is about the model Kaylin presented is sort of symmetric. It's content neutral. It doesn't matter what the beliefs are. They just will cluster inevitably in these ways. But of course, some of our beliefs are beliefs about how open-minded to be, how much to trust authority. And those beliefs, I wonder, if there's a way to model the way in which they might make the situation potentially asymmetric. So whether there's ways in which we can sort of break out of this by being more self-critical. That's one kind of question I think is important to ask. The other question I think that's raised by this is how much of what people say in political speech or in what the kinds of beliefs that the sort of, I'll put scare quote beliefs she's talking about, they really believe. I mean, it's a reasonable hypothesis that when people were saying that the crowds, many of the people who said that the crowds at Trump's inauguration were much larger than the crowds at Obama's, were saying that regardless of whether they believed it, because it was a kind of political performative statement. And so I think another hard question here is how to tease out in these kind of public contexts what people really believe from the political significance of saying things.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I think actually we can go a step beyond just saying that it's a model from Caitlin's talk that shows how you can get this without malice, that it's not blameworthy in that sense. Honestly, it's not even clear to me that it's epistemically blameworthy, that that you're even engaged in bad reasoning, because
right.
you can't, like, it would be impossible to go through life in a complex society where you can't be an expert on everything without making, judgments about, like somebody I think is generally trustworthy says this, people who seem extremely untrustworthy say this, this is probably true. I mean, when I will ask students when we'll talk about this stuff, okay, like raise your hand if you think Einstein's special theory of relativity is true. Now, who here can explain it to me in detail? You can't not do that. If to a certain extent it's justifiable, because we can't all be experts on everything. There's a legitimate intellectual division of labor. Obviously this is a case where it's not getting good results, because people in both camps have beliefs that, that couldn't be, that aren't justified, right? That like either it's a quack drug with absolutely nothing going for it, or it's a miracle cure that definitely works, which, neither of which were justified by the state of evidence at the time. But it's not clear to me that most people who came to those conclusions were even doing anything, epistemically blameworthy.
Yeah, one of the things that I have thought about in this context, but inconclusively, is the nature of our deference to the political groups to which we belong. So philosophers sometimes like to talk about what they call semantic deference, where what we mean when we say something is determined by what the experts mean, by what some group outside of us mean. And I wonder whether there's some sort of semantic deference, not to a community of like expert doctors or something like that, but to like the crowd of conservatives, for the average conservative. What do I mean when I say that such and such? Well, I mean whatever we all mean. This is one of the I think headier or more metaphysically surprising ideas that you can get out of the last 30 years of philosophy, that the contents of what's going on in our heads are sort of sometimes determined in surprising ways by stuff that's not in our brains, by other people going about their business, or by the natural environment accommodating or failing to accommodate us in various ways. I mean, this is a related question, but it came up in the Q&A, so maybe we can turn to this. There was a question about whether there were a couple of components. It was sort of generally on the theme of what our obligations are to doubt ourselves and to like raise questions about our own beliefs. And then one more precise question within that domain was about whether there's anything we're forbidden from doubting, whether there are things that we really shouldn't ask questions about. I have some thoughts about this, but I thought I'd turn it to you guys.
I mean, I think it's a good question. I mean, one thing to say, being the typical philosopher move is tempting, of trying to draw some distinctions. I mean, I think you can question things without really entertaining doubt. I mean, even Descartes, when he was engaging in hyperbolical doubt, the idea was to sort of engage in a pretend doubt in order to answer certain kinds of philosophical questions. He didn't actually really doubt that other people existed or that there was a world around him. And so I think almost anything seems like it's open to question, and that one can raise questions about it, ask why it's true in that more sort of notional hypothetical mode. The harder challenge is whether there are certain things such that even to really entertain doubt about them would be sort of morally problematic. Impermissible is quite strong. And there I think, I suppose I think it is true that someone who genuinely entertains doubt about human equality, I think there's something morally problematic about that. Our beliefs are not, I don't think it's exactly impermissible in the way that, wrong actions are impermissible and you can intervene to stop people performing them. I don't think you can intervene in those cases to affect people's beliefs, but it does have a kind of moral valence, and your character is revealed in your beliefs in those cases. And that is one reason why certain parts of philosophy are scary to engage in, or should be scary to engage in, because it's not just your thoughts, but your character that's genuinely on the line.
Yeah, I think one distinction which might be helpful, maybe this is an annoying habit that philosophers have, but one distinction that might be helpful in this vicinity is between sort of doubting something, perhaps notionally, perhaps, or perhaps just in the sort of privacy of your own thoughts, versus actually raising a question to a group of people or to a person.
Right.
There could be, Ben, do you want to?
Yeah. No, I think that's exactly the distinction that I wanted to get at, because I think that where it's maybe most plausible, what when Karen was saying, you can't, okay, it seems very strong to say that anything like this would be impermissible, that that there's like some action you should do to stop it. But then I think when you start thinking about actual public debate, that gets a little bit less clear. That we talk like when Noam Chomsky talks about manufacturing consent, which is roughly the idea that a really effective form of propaganda for certain things is just to sort of take them off the table, have a really vigorous debate, but leave those things outside of the parameters of the debate. But one thing that I think, like, oftentimes, the most perceptive critics, which I think is I think what he's criticizing by and large deserves to be criticized. But I think that, like, one thing that really perceptive critics of Chomsky would point out about this is, well, it's really impossible to imagine a society that didn't manufacture consent on at least some subjects, right? So, we don't have a I don't know. We don't have like a thriving public debate on, on whether it's okay, on the permissibility of child murder, right? We would like you couldn't publish a, child murder should be legal, op-ed in the New York Times, and that seems just as well, right? Like it's tempting and fun to take the position that there shouldn't be anything, right, that's outside of the parameters of acceptable debate. And I think when you're thinking about it in a very abstract 10,000 feet kind of way, that sounds very appealing, certainly does to me. But then I think this is one of those things where when you like zoom down to specific questions, like, okay, should you should you have, should there be, the unit, like a unit of ethics classes where, where you debate whether, I'm not going to start filling in things, but like find something really grotesque and say, should we be able to do that? Should you have the newspaper editorial saying that we should be able to do that? Then it's much less, it's much less obvious, like should there be, like if somebody, invites you to do a public debate about, whether the Holocaust really happened or not. It's not obvious. At the very least, I think it's legitimate to hesitate about that on the grounds that a more effective strategy, and therefore maybe even a morally obligatory strategy, might be to just, manufacture consent against that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. There's an idea in the psychologist philosopher Karl Jaspers, which, take it or leave it. But the thought is that like our sort of basic orientation to the world is constructed by what he calls limits, which are something like just sort of framework defining beliefs or attitudes that you you never consider whether to call them into question. And I think that's right. But Jaspers has this idea that when you are forced to confront these limits somehow by one or another situation that you might be thrown into, is the U.S. really a democracy? Oh, I had always believed it's a democracy, and now I'm not so sure, or something like that. Jasper says the experience of encountering a limit situation, a situation that tests these limits, that forces you to confront them, is always sort of going to come with dread and anxiety and all these really negative emotions. But I think it's worth asking whether it can also be like exhilarating or playful or exploratory, or just like having the feeling of opening up new possibilities. I think if people are reluctant to question, even in the privacy of their own thoughts, certain things, it might be because the sort of affect that they associate with those questions is going to be like a deeply distressing one. But it needn't be. It could be a playful one. It could be a mode of discovery or something like that.
Yeah, and what makes it really difficult is that it's very hard. Like the thing that I feel really funny about is the other, like, along with making distinctions, right? The philosophical habit is to try to hone in on some kind of point of principle that you can then defend against, counterexamples and all that. This is our principle for when things are not open for discussion and debate. But of course, there isn't going to be one, because it's trivially easy to come up with real historical examples of things that people would have put in the same category as the stuff that I just said, that I'm very glad are, considered to be debatable now, I don't know, Europe 600 years ago, like considering atheism and debating it, would have been considered, put in the same category. But obviously I like the fact that that's not, so I'm left in the uncomfortable position of just being unprincipled about this.
Yeah. I think we need to turn this up to the next segment. But again, thank you so much, Kieran and Ben. This is a pleasure.
Thanks.
And thank you, Ian, for facilitating all these great conversations. And to those of you who sent in videos, especially, it was really wonderful to hear your voices. And I hope some of you are here. You're on the same platform as these emerging and renowned professional, so to speak, philosophers. We are nearing our last moments of this wonderful 6-hour marathon of philosophy and ideas. And we're going to just in a moment reprise Ashkusha and Yona. And on our way out, I just wanted to remind you, you can follow us on social media at BPL Presents. We're so honored that you were here with us tonight for so long. So many of you, and those of you who are watching on Facebook and on YouTube, thanks for being with us. And thanks again to our sponsors, New York Humanities and Shapiro, Morris and Alma Shapiro Fund, and of course, our partners, the French Cultural Services, and to all of our panelists and speakers. Thank you all again so much. Without any further ado, here's a reprise of Ashkusha and Yona. Take it away, Sam.
Three fairies sat, naked at sunset, under the blue dome of sky. Boo-hoo, cried the fairies, and their tears were like rain from spring clouds. Their hair was as long as rope, and as dark as night. It may have been even longer than rope, and it may have been even darker than night. Before them, upon the horizon, was a city of enslaved boys. Behind them, black and cold, three fairies sat, naked at sunset, under the blue dome of sky. Boo-hoo, cried the fairies, and their tears were like rain from spring clouds. Their hair was as long as rope, and as dark as night. It may have been even longer than rope, and it may have been even darker than night. Before them, upon the horizon, was a city of enslaved boys. Behind them, black and cold. You only sighed and depressed. You act like our world is empty. You act like our world is so short. You act like our world is nothing but pain. They were magical and they began to find out. They became old, they became tears. They became young, they became laughter. They became master and slave. They became fruit, they became seed. They became both hope and despair. They became a bad omen. These magic tricks did not affect me. You act like our world is empty. You act like our world is so short. You act like our world is nothing but pain. You act like our world is empty. You act like our world is so short. You act like our world is nothing but pain. My heart has never felt this warm. I sense in every motion rapid changes in motion. Oblivious, I took charge. Oblivious, I took charge. Steps up the hill, echo in the rap. Well up in my heart, well up in my heart, well up in my heart, well up in my heart. I've never felt warm. I've never felt warm. Through the lens, through your lens. Through the lens, through your lens. I felt warm. I feel again. I felt warm. I feel again. I felt warm. I feel again. I felt warm. I feel again.